Hello.
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Did you see it?
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Nani?
Jesus Christ. Mega has, like, so many fucking emotes. It's insane. God damn, she's using that partner benefit to, like, such an extreme, being able to just sort of be, like, coming up with, like, and all the little woos and all that sort of such. Don't eat my leg! How dare you? Eating a zebra leg. What have I ever done to you? What have I ever done to deserve this leg? The absolute degeneracy. I just... Gib leg. No. I have not yet, like, done the... I have not yet made, like, a 3D thingy-majiggy. I really should, shouldn't I? I really should, like, make a 3D, like, zebra leg thing, shouldn't I? Degeneracy? Yes, degeneracy. Not from you, Bookie. You've been an absolute sweet bean, Bookie. You've been fine. It's fucking, it's unnamed and it's red. I was in a Twitch call, a Twitter call, no, in a Discord call with them, and then they, like, yeah. Like, hi there, Frack. Frack was there too. Want to talk about the thing? No! No, we are not talking about the thing! We're not gonna talk about it! I don't like it! About... Involuntary skipping leg day. It's not involuntary. It's not involuntary. I'm just in the middle of, like, trying to, like, post in as many different places as I can of, like, hey, I'm online. Because, like, Saturday mornings are, like, a really good day. He's shooting us. Yeah! You're getting messages deleted, but the whole... Hello there. Hang on. Ding. Timeout. Unnamed. Cookie for Bookie! Give me a second as I... 300 seconds. Hopefully that will do it.
Nope.
300 seconds. There we go. They get the fucking... Wait, 300 seconds. How much is that? Hang on. I need to actually do... That is... 5 minutes, I want to say? Or is that more than that? Hang on a second. Like, 6, 12... So wait. 15... So wait. 6, 12, 15, 18, 20... Oh, wait, hang on a second. Good morning, hi there, Wild Saber.
Gotcha, bitch.
There we go. Just everywhere I possibly fucking can. I'm just gonna be like, just deleting that shit. I'll probably unban them sooner. I'll probably unban them sooner than 300. Like, oh no, it's not a ban. It's a timeout. Let me be reasonable. So, God damn, no, Hendrix, no, shut up, shut up, shut up, no, Red, shut up, shut up. We're not going through this at 10 in the morning. We're not, I don't want to talk about it. Shut up, Wild Saber. Damn it. Ow, you motherfuckers. The whole spreads. No, no, shut it. I don't want to hear this. Ah. Why does the hole deserve a banhammer? I'll tell you why. Fine. Fuck it. You know, alright, fuck it. We're untiming out unnamed for this, so then that way they get to be part of this conversation. So I removed the timeout, so welcome back. Big Mama pick, oh my god. Alrighty then. So, the reason why Frack, Red, and Unnamed are just like going like, oh, let's talk about the hole. Let's talk about the hole. The hole is spreading. It's because I had to sit in a Discord call where they were like, oh, hey, remember the Lyra hole? And I'm just like, the what? And so they explained to me, and of course, it comes from the fucking My Little Pony community of all fucking areas. The one place where everyone outside of the furry fandom looks to for the, hey, where do the degenerate furries come from? They look to the My Little Pony community and they go, there. They come from there. It's them, officer. Anyone over the age of 16. That group there. And so, what they do is, they present to me a fucking, like, this thing, this plushie with a hole in it. And it's like a hole with, like, things inside it as well. So like, and then they're just sort of like, oh, here's another one where it's a cat instead, and it's called the lotion cat or something. And then they insinuate that I like this, and I'm like, fuck no. Absolutely not. How fucking dare you? And then I left the conversation when they mentioned it again. No, I don't. No, stop it. Stop it. Do not send me this shit. Shut up. A Fug Buddy brand. Fuck's sake. I wanted this to be a Final Fantasy stream. I wanted to enjoy Final Fantasy. I didn't want to have to fucking escape from this. As a brony, I'm intrigued. No! No, Wild Saber! No! No, do not put it on my throne. I don't want any of that My Little Pony shit. I don't want any of that Etsy nonsense. Shut up. No. Etsy does not support throne. You are not putting anything on my throne from that fucking side of the internet. Surprise gift. Go check out Unnamed's throne. Oh, is it on Unnamed's throne? Is that it? Shout out to Unnamed. Shout out to Unnamed as they're like fucking loony.
Jippy, jippy, jabba, jabba.
Cookie for Red. And an anonymous user has... No, that is not an anonymous user. That is not an anonymous user. That is I know who that is. It's one of you three. It's one of you sickly three. It's one of you sickly three, isn't it? Where's the thingy-majiggy for the suggestions? Is it? Yes, it is. From Unnamed. No. No. $90 for that piece of shit. No. Reject. Thank you for the hyper himbo. Not me. No, I do have to send you a thank you gift, Bookie, at some point for the kettle. Thank you so much for gifting me the kettle, though, Bookie. I really appreciate it. When I get the kettle, I will take a picture. I'll boil some water and I'll put it in like a tea or a cup of soup. Or noodles, sorry. I'll put in a cup of noodles. Hi there, Happy Lizard. You like the hyper himbo? I'm glad you think so. Cookie for Bookie. Unfortunately, Red has pixelated me. A thank you gift. Is it cookies? No, it's just a thank you message. Sorry, I shouldn't have said gift. It should have a thank you message. Pinkie Pie. No, shut it. I will return to timing out that kind of like. I will return to timing out that kind of nonsense. Now let me get my game up and running. Zeebleg, woo, Zeebleg, Zeebleg, woo, Zeebleg. One of these buttons will do a zebra leg, I'm sure. Is it this button here? No. Is it this button here? No, that's my ass. Is it this button here? No. Is it this button there? Nope. Chat. Any whoosies. So yeah. Close to my size. Yeah, no, look. To the average viewer, I am definitely hypersized and what have you. To the hyper community, I'm small for the hyper community, amazingly enough. Would love to join in a flexing contest with consent. Noted, with consent. Unfortunately, that's not going to be happening today, as today we're going to be going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Have you played the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? Highly recommend it. It's pretty fun. Excuse me, nose. The server is currently congested. Nah, we'll get there soon. I wish you have fun and a chill time in Final Fantasy XIV, my friend. Not to worry, thank you so much. I still have the main story questline to get through. I have not gone too far into it. I've only just done, like... I've only just finished, like, the questline that had you, like, split off into, like, two different paths. And now we're, like, back together. So now we're in the level, like, 91, 92 sort of areas of the questline that we need to get through. Because we were able to complete, like, 2 of the plaques, I think, so far. One for the bird people, and the other for, like, the short whatsamahoozies, I forget their name. But yeah, so, the success of others. We gotta get to them. You've played Raids, Shadow Legends. Oh, more fishing. Oh, listen to that jazz. Listen to this jazz. Oop. Oh, cool, you got a watch. Nice work, Bookie. What's up? Hi there, Tabitha. Welcome to the stream. Fellow degenerates should be directed towards Unnamed, Red, and Frack. Those dirty 3. In fact, asked what time it is, and it was time to get a watch. It is 10:10. Or actually, no, it's 10:07. Sorry, this is a silly feature, but I like this feature with the the smartwatches. You can set it so that the watch display time, like when you quickly look at it, kind of thing, when it's like, oh yeah, let me just look at it. You can set it to be a certain number of minutes ahead of time. I love that little feature. Because here's what happens. Is like you look at your phone, it gives you like the correct time and what have you. But if you're like sort of thinking, oh, maybe I should get to the train at some point, and you look at your watch and you see that it's like, you know, like slightly ahead of time, and you don't pick up on it. So you're like, oh, I should head to the train station now. It's great. I love that little feature. I think it's great for anyone that's like, oh my goodness, like you're always like running late or something like that. Just trick your watch to showing you a time 3 to 5 minutes ahead of time. It's brilliant. A Wezkel marinated swamp monk. It's a cool steak. The mind games function. Yeah. Wooklamat is eager to attempt the next feat. Also, am I sitting in a chat? Yes, I'm sitting in a chat just in case of any DAs. Cool fish. We've now won keystones from both the Feat of Reeds and the Feat of Gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one. So it would seem. By continuing to retrace Gulol Jaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let's visit the Giants next. Like Krill said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful. Cookie for Bookie. The home of the Yokhol is in the upper reaches of Uruk Opacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around, through Kozamuaka. Jesus Christ, they really throwing the complex names to me, aren't they? Also, I forgot to turn a light on. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So, we call on the Moblins next then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. There's one thing that even Wooklamat haters can admit. Her tummy's real estate is peak. Oh, Wooklamat is amazing, and it doesn't even need to be limited to her physical appearance. She's wonderful. The flight of wee wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement collapsed in the storm. What are we to do now, then? Prime. There is an alternative, but it remains preparation. There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest at the cabins or see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination. Of course! Who do you take me for? Then as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Oh no, she's like... I quite like her, and you are right, like, she's quite jovial, which, let's be real, is such a breath of fresh air, considering we went through, like, you know, several expansions of, like, oh my goodness, riots, oh my goodness, subjugation from the Garlemald Empire, oh my goodness, the end of days in another world, oh my goodness, literally the final days. But so now we go from that to, hi there, would you like to help me in a competition? And it's just sort of like, yeah. Also, look at her lion tail. I like the little cuff she's got. It's kind of cool. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let us make the most of it. Just gonna take a screenshot of Wooklamat. I'm gonna send that over to Kahlua, so then that way Kahlua has this, like, you know, just, oh. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Bakul Jaja. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Robley, did I? He's the man in charge of Wookum-Quit. How the fuck am I meant to say that?
Wamek
Haimeki. He's the man in charge of Wameki Haimeki, and a good person to know. Wanna come along? Let's go, then. Oh, you're just so bright-eyed. It's great. Yay. I'll stick as Paladin just so then that way I can get the experience from this. But yeah, I have been... So, one of the things I wanted to try and do is, like, try and get through, like, some of the other... I've picked up other, like, DPS classes as well. I've not gone very far into them, I will be real with you. But I want to try and get these, like, you know... Maybe not up to level 100, but a little bit closer. I want to try and get them to, like, the 50s and 60s kind of area. Just so then that way I can get rid of, like, all the... Because here's the thing, is that... In my inventory here, there's like a shit ton of like earlier gear, and the reason I don't want to get rid of it is so then that way I can confirm that like as I go through the stages with all these other classes from like, you know, 1 to 50, you know, I can get rid of them, and then we can fill this up with all the other nonsense. Like, look at this. No, don't do the... Hi there, Jack. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. You're about to head back into work from your break, but I hope you have an amazing stream. Until my shift ends, have a great one, Barcode Haunts. Not to worry, Sage. Thank you so much for dropping in. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful Friday. Or maybe it's Saturday for you now. Either way, have a wonderful shift. Hola. Hi, Jack. Welcome to the stream. How was work? How was work yesterday? You doing all right? Oh my god, I have so many fucking enemies. Why do they give us like so many slots? Like this gives us so many slots, like the rings and shit, whereas like everything else is like such low numbers. Ooh, hang on, what's that? Wave buckler. Oh, that's for the. Wait, that's for the fucking. That's a wave buckler for the white mage. That's weird. As someone who doesn't enjoy Melee very much, I love my time with Viper. I'm glad to hear Viper is doing so well for you. I've had an okay time with the Rogue. I've not had too much fun with, like, magical peeps just yet, but I'm not too sure if that's just a case of I'm trying to, like, you know, go through it too quickly or what have you, but, yeah. Viper is the way to go. Pretty simple job, and it starts at 80. No. So the issue isn't like getting like a DPS class up to like where I am with my tanks here. My thing is getting like it's just to clear out. Like I want to clear out my inventory of like some of these outfits, but I don't want to get rid of them just yet if they can be useful elsewhere. Although I could get rid of some of these outfits, because these are like level 80 and 90 stuff. Yeah, okay, cool. So he's fine there and what have you. All right, Wook. Ready? The markets of Waku Meki Meki. Oh god, fucking damn it! I forgot how to pronounce this word.
Wamekhaimeki.
Wamekhaimeki. Wamekhaimeki. Wait.
Wamekhaimeki.
Wamekhaimeki are to the east, on the other side of the Bayside Bevy. Wook Labat is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to blah 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 blah. Alrighty, is there any cool places she wants to... Okay, so we can chat over there. Why We Hunt is for level 94. Levies is obviously for the hunters and... is for like the gatherers and shit. I am so far behind compared to everyone else in this game. Like there's a number of people that are like already finished with this game, and I've only just started in like the 91s. Alright, what you gonna talk about here? Spicy tacos. Aunt T's Tacos. This is Auntie's Tacos, named for its owner here, the lovely T-Soul. If you're after the best tacos in Telluriel, this place sits at the top of Zabalia Tea? Zabalia Tea? Hopefully so. You say that, Third Promise, but you only ever eat Old Brook Oaks Evu's food. Come and buy mine for a change. sorry, T-Soul. It's been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop for a bite once the contest is over. Can we get some... Can we try the tacos now, please? Okay, never mind. We're not allowed tacos. Damn it. Now I want tacos. Rings have extra spaces because you equip 2 of them. Yeah, that's true. For a set of everything, there's 5 gear rolls for right side, so 10... Ah, yeah. I recommend not talking about the goose. Damn it, you degenerates. Oh yeah, this is like this was like the peeps that we had to, like, you know, not this one specifically. No, shut up. Shut up with that talk. Don't you dare ruin the sanctity of tacos. Don't you dare. It's been a while since I've had Mexican food. I really want some Tex-Mex, okay? But unfortunately, I do not have the monies for it right now. I can't home make it, and I can't do takeaway right now. You make... God fucking damn it. I'll make you Tex-Mex. Come to Texas. That's even more expensive! That's even more expensive. How the fuck am I gonna get to Texas if I can't even afford the burritos here? You'll ruin my ass with the seasoning? Au contraire. Au contraire. My melanin might be, or I don't know if the melanin is high is white or if the melanin is low that is white. But I may be white, but after growing up in the Middle East and my mom trying out all kinds of different recipes and what have you, I would like to say that I have a little bit of a understanding and a tolerance for spices. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm always going to go for the Rogan Josh or any of that kind of nonsense. I'm never going to go for the highest spice because I'm not trying to prove anything to anyone. But if you're feeling like, oh, I need to reduce the spice from the norm, it's like, no. Give me the appropriate level of spice that you would normally do, okay? Because I feel like it's important. I appreciate that you would lower the spices for me, but so long as you're not, like, forcing me into a contest of, like, oh, yeah, here comes this, Carolina Reaper extract that has gone through the demonic processes of being 10 times more spicy than pepper spray. So long as we don't go through that bullshit, I'm willing to try it. You're not reducing shit? Thank goodness. My, the third promise. How might I assist you this fine morning? Well met, Ropley. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Yes, it's being chipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, are we? Something like that. Think you can fix it? You stand among Tyrol's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? 'Tis child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. I leave it in your capable hands. Your day has just started and you're getting excited for lunch? Same here. Here's the problem, Jack. I can't, like, okay, granted, if I was a terrible financier, I would dip into my savings right now and get myself, like, a whole ton of different, like, Mexican and what have you. But I feel like that would be a bad idea. I feel like it would be a bad idea to dip into the savings that I've only just, like, slowly... Like, true fact, I only have, like, $600 in savings right now. I don't know how much everyone else has in savings, but when you're in your 30s and everyone is talking about, oh, I'm saving up for a house, or, oh, I think I'm gonna start a business, I have a feeling that $600 in savings is, like, way too low. Like, I know, like, I think the median average is, like, 200 or something, but talking to, like, 30-year-olds and what have you, they make it like they make it sound like where it's like, oh yeah, you should have like several $1,000s in savings, and I'm like, if I don't have a job for 2 weeks, I'm fucked. You know what else is a bad idea? I am deleting that message. Getting excited because we're gonna have your favorite Roasty wait, Roasty? Roasty? How am I supposed to say what are you saying? What is this weird like Raven Crow language you're talking about? What avian words are you making up in my stream? Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Grant, a great adventurer recruited from across the salt. I brought him here to meet you, actually. Thought he might have reason to visit, Wamekaimeki sooner or later. I need to remember this word. Wameki, like, cause Wameki, like, how are they missing the chew pit? How are they missing this chew bit here? Like, like, cause it's like Wameki, Imeki. Like, what? Makes no sense. Then allow me to introduce myself. I am Rupley, humble representative of this grand center of trade. A pleasure to meet you, Grant. Hello. You there. Stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. Hello? Oh, hi, it's Akira. I've seen that man somewhere before. I'm getting a flashback. Oh, nope. That don't ring any bells. Gasp. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over? Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Fongin Tiny? Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flightly admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it, then. Why are you here? Fongin. Oh, Fongin Tane. Look, chat, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm a little himbo. Like, I'm not gonna be able to, like, you know, figure out these words, like, really well. I need like a second hand or something like that to help me out. I need someone to, like, you know, do the needful and, like, say the words for me. Because I can't keep using the TTS bot to do it for me. Otherwise, like, you know, I'm gonna be racking up so many, like, Amazon credits because of it. I promise I'll drag you into my stream. Actually, I'm not in my streaming channel. There we go. Now I'm in my streaming channel. Bing, bong, habang, habong, and then back over to this chat here so I can keep an eye on the stats and what have you. That is to say... Aww. And we're no closer to solving that enigma. He's an introvert, okay? Just let him learn, okay? Just let him be comfortable. Do your crafts and what have you, and then he'll probably join in at some point. I wonder if he could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by Link Pearl if you find him first. Of course she does. Stupid extrovert. That is not how you get introverts to be friends with you. Yay! 38 minutes in deep sleep. I wish it could be higher. Oh wait, did I... Wakumeki? Wakumeki. Ooh, script exchange. Oh, okay, so you can do like... So that's like the 58 stuff. And then that's level 60 stuff. So like the what have you, and then Yep, so that's for the crafters, and then gatherers have a different set of gear. Jaw. Fresh juice squeezed from locally grown fruits. Oh, I need to remember. Actually, I need to check in with my, what's Mahoozy peeps. Pinnacle Woman, how are you today, my scrumptious fisher? She's just beautiful. Absolutely fucking amazing. Ooh, a crystal bell. Nice. Wonder if I could convince my mom to drag us to a What is this avian word? Bakut et restaurant. The what? The what? I swear, I played Dawntrail for a little bit, and because of them throwing all kinds of crazy words, I'm just not able to pick up on the words everyone else is writing. Pork bone soup. Just call it soup! What's wrong with just calling it the soup restaurant? What, you're afraid we're gonna meme on you because it's like, sounds like the soup store? Oh yeah, I need to sell those. The Levens, I'll need to activate. Crystal Bell is a furnishing thing. Oh, are all the things sold? No, not yet. I got 3 things that sold. And then here is Zabrella. You might notice a bit of a trend to how I like my women. It's not a requirement. It's just, you know, when I have the option. Ding. Hi there, Davy boy. I am enjoying it fairly all right. I'm having my ups and downs with it. I will be real with you, however. Some of the thingamadiggies. Yes, Tabitha, large chest.
Nani?
What about yeen friends? What about you? What about you? Huh? What about you? Also, I absolutely laugh that Tabitha's like, large chests, gotcha. Yes. That is one of them. That was not the point of, like, some of them. Anyway, withdrawing the gil. 24,000 gil, and I've been selling things such as these. Now... Oh, you've undersold me, you son of a bitch. Alright, fine. Fine. We're doing this? Fine, we're doing this. Fine. Because I had, like, all kinds of, like, scrolls and what have you. I bet you... Yeah, nah. Demo dog, you son of a bitch. Alrighty, so that's all fine there. And then... The adorable Boyton. You have big chest. Alright, hang on a sec. So, seriously? Quick exploration and that's what you get me. Alright, 50,000. Alright, fish glue. You're not really getting a lot for the Oh, that's why. Yeah, the fish glue was very overpriced. We're not selling any of these. I will put the summoning bell and the crystal bell away. You guys can go in there. Sort. So yeah, so I've got all these scrolls, like all these orchestral rolls that I want to try and, like, you know, make into proper rolls, and then any excess, like the ones like through the Maelstrom, I want to sell them on the market, because those are, I think, pretty worthwhile prices. You gotta get back to work. I'll check in later if you're still streaming. Have a good game. Not to worry, Jack. I hope you have a wonderful time at work. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good day. So yeah. Now, let me roll through all these things again. Zabrella. Okay, you don't have the special gear. So, this is what she looks like. And then, Pinnacle Woman. This is what she looks like. Oh my god, I forgot the crystal chandelier. I need to put that. Actually, no, I'll just keep it in my inventory. We're down to like 1 space. It's fine. Orchestral rolls are chump change for the most part. Really, only the newest ones make bank. No, that's true. But the thing is that I want to use them up, and then like, you know, get the practice in and what have you. So, it's just one of those it's just one of those. It's one of those things of like just wanting to get them out of my inventory, but I don't want to just throw them away. I want to actually like make them and what have you. Alright, so we're looking for a jeweler. Who the fuck is this? Damn, that's dapper as fuck. Nice work, Reaper. Cool chicken. Alrighty. Ooh, there's a what's-a-mahoozy place. Hang on a second, we gotta go check that out. Out of the way, out of the way. Also, I've like moved all my icons around all over the weird fucking place, so I'll need to... The High Tide Harbor. Due to the abundance of reefs in Tululiol's coastal waters, marine visitors are forced to anchor their ships out at sea and board smaller vessels to make safe landfall. The harbor's name is no idle promise, as even boats with shallow drafts can be caught on rocks when the tide is low. That's true. Free 186k. Oh yeah. Ooh, I'm actually doing fairly well. Here's the thing I actually do need, however. I need more this. I need more Manderville stuff. Also, where is... Oh my god, there's so many people here. Okay, so they weren't, like... As far as I can tell, they're not hiding around here. It's not a... They're not in, like, a wide area. There isn't, like, exactly a lot of places they could hide. Trusted introvert to be somewhere that you can't see them. You prefer swimming in the ocean when you can see the bottom? Oh no, understandable. Absolutely understandable. I am never gonna fault anyone for that, okay? This is why, like, you know, Fraser Island and, Fraser, Bribey, the Great Barrier Reef, that's a good one. Where the fuck is he? Oh, there he is. Man, I must have crossed you like 2 times. Jesus. So yeah, you would not like Subnautica. I'm gonna be real with you, Tabitha. I feel like Subnautica would be a bit of a oofies for you. You were conversing with Master Ropley, but wait, we've met before, haven't we? On the ship. Hello. You know what? I'm gonna crack open this Coke 0 sugar, 0 caffeine. You found him? Good. I'll be right there. Why did you run off like that? Did you have business with Ropley or not? Please, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. Huh? What are you on? Hang on, screenshot. What are you on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain. Do not. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. Oh, you're too kind. So be it. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my mystery. Before I came to Telluriel, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewel maker in all of Uldar, the Eshdamain Aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking, mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores, yet as you witnessed, I lack the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. Alright then. You offered a morsel, then served up the full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story if you like. I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then, you have experience with my predicament? Of feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers? Well, when you put it that way, Ooh, are we getting a flashback to her life? Ooh. Not me. I'm Wuklamat, third promise of Telluriel. Tuliol, daughter of the Dawn Servant. Oh, of course! You're a member of the royal family. Please, forgive my presumptuousness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? You can't measure your worth by the success of others. Yes! That is absolutely correct, Warrior of Light, aka me. You can't measure your worth by the success of others. By measuring yourself to the success of others means that you are trying to, like, you know, indicate a past that you are not privy to your past. The two of people are never the same. These are important words, Goldsmith. How can I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards? No new commission will be forthcoming. What then was the point of my becoming a goldsmith? Looking back, 'twas my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admire him deeply for it. I measure myself to you, Grant, or at least a part of you. Look, you can be inspired by people, much like this character is about to go on about his father who implored him to go in the goldsmith. It's fine to have a character or to have a person and be like, I would strive to be to this man's level or what have you. That's fine. It's a problem when you start, you know, if you start having, you know, successes and what have you, and you're sort of like looking at your successes and you're like, oh, but it doesn't match up to this person's success. It's like, no, that's fine. Don't think about that. Don't think about the successes that you've put with your efforts to the successes that are from other people, because they don't have the same processes and the same struggles that you've had. So it's unfair to either party to measure your successes. It's in the eye of the beholder. No, don't take my leg. But, in the course of striving to be a great goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft as he did. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. Check art chat in unnamed server when you get a second. Why not my chat? Why not my Discord? I've got memes. I've got art. Unless you're talking about, like, the other side. Hang on a second. Oh. It's... I don't know if that is. Why does unnamed look so, like, gremlin, like, terrible me? Jesus. This is what I get. We'll post it in yours. Yeah. I have a GrantZeebs art channel as well. I have a so, like, if you have something that's, like, for GrantZeebs, you can post it in there as well. What is truly important? Yeah. I guess Wooklamot is gonna have a moment of, like, you know, what's Mahoozies? Hello, Wooklamot. Oh, sorry, Gran. I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Fangentine is giving himself another chance. Woo! And we get ourselves some steak. I'm eating it immediately. I can't help but wonder if Fangentine will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with Rupley. Here we go, on our way, making waves. Here we go. How far are we needing to go? Yeah, that's fine. We can outrun this man in a cart. Fuck that guy in a cart. Oh, hang on. Independent mender. Hang on a second. I need to sell some... repair all this. And then... So, it's the chests that I need to sell. Oh my god, they don't get a lot, do they? Wait, are these... Yeah, they're marketing prohibited, marketing prohibited, marketing prohibited. Yep, so... Couldn't get a lot of them for the price. Are there any that are of the... Cotton cow. There we go. So now we've got a little more space. Alrighty. Excuse me as I make our way over. So yeah, remember, it's fine to be inspired by the successes of others, but do not feel, that you have to meet to their successes. Be inspired, not comparative. 'Twas kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I found my courage. Yay, he found his courage. Let's go. Pray accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fangentine, and I am a goldsmith from Ul'dah in faraway Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Wakumeki. Wakumeki. If you will have me, I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So that's what it's about? You were looking for work? Consider yourself hired. Wakumeki is always in need of a skilled craftsman and woman. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know that I was all that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had the moment of much needed self-reflection. The arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of the High Tide Harbor. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have an axe ready, Rupley? Ready and waiting. Behold, the sublime touch of a Wakumeki artisan. I love how it's an axe that's, like, fucking massive, and anytime there's a trade, they don't hold the item. It's just like, oh, it fits in the palm of my hand. Oh, it's as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Well, good luck to you, Fondrentine. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in, and I'll happily talk to you out of it. As for us, we should head for the harbor. Wouldn't want to keep Erenville waiting. Damn, this is just such a cool casual music. Enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? Look there. That is my big plan. What is that? It's a It's a punity. She'll be pulling our boat upriver. How do we know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures, for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her reason to. First alpacas, now punities. We're relying on a lot of animals for this journey. We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide, then. But did it have to be my old nemesis, another boat? Well, I took you for someone who was up for the challenge, was I wrong? Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kozamu-aku rode these river boats to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use with Tural now at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, yet there appears to be several on the water. Kona! It's the science boy. This boy right here, the second son, he decided to go to university, or basically the equivalent of university. Hence why he's in his, like, you know, futuristic-looking gear with a gun on his back. Look at him. Lamati. Traveling up the river, I presume? Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? I can't believe how well you've managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I had my own entourage with me since the beginning. My friends, it's been, well, not that long. I fucking knew it. Thancred, Urianger, what are you doing here? Escorting a promise, the same as you. I've heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time at the Studium. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the Scholarch, who arranged an introduction to these 2 gentlemen. The second Hold on, this guy sounds Shakespearean. The second promise has specific requirements. I who would be his assistant must boast both proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive thy summons. My own studies concentrated on technology which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magic or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. Knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job? A few. The nation of Tuliol spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we striven to preserve peace? Where is our place, if not here and now? We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. He's even more opaque than Urianger at times, but it's surprising. God fucking damn it, that is hilarious. Look at this guy's face. This is a man that's heard, oh yes, because we are a world-keeping force, you know, we have to do background checks on potential world leaders, and this man over here, this man over there is totally that person. Ah, nose. Excuse me. That's quite enough of that. We must be on our way. Oh, there's an advertisement starting. Hang on a sec. I'll wait till the advertisement is done. We'll wait for the advertisement to be done before I do more of the cutscene. Music! Work's not insane right now. Hey, that's good. I am very tempted to ordering online. I really shouldn't, but I kind of want to. I really want burritos. Not gonna lie, you want pancakes? Oh. We just live in such a gluttonous lifestyle, don't we? I very much want all these things, too. What do you want? What do you... Wait, what do you want one of the What do you want on the pancakes? Is that what you're trying to write, Velk? Are we out of the advertisements? Hopefully we're out of the advertisements. Wait! I have one question before you leave. Koana and Wuklamat are vying for the throne. As Koana's entourage, does that mean you've resolved to defeat all his enemies? Including us? We've sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Koana, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back, and expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. I thought you were taking a boat. Nope, they're taking a hot air balloon, aren't they? If even you have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. Ooh. Oh, if everyone is going in the water, then I'm not gonna go in the water. It's true that I can't stand boats. But I trust the route Erenville has chosen for us. Yeah! My favorite things on pancakes is very timid. It's just, you know, it's just the, like, the whatsamahoozy sugar and the, syrup. Canadian maple syrup. Leave the handling of the punati to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I must have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the front of the boat as possible. Icing sugar. Thank you, Velt. Icing sugar. Then we shall remain on deck and stand guard, although it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Erenville, just in case. I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. And I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Then Krill will stand guard with Grant. Nice. I'll keep Erenville company, then. With my blade, I respond more quickly to threats than Alphino. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. Then I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is needed. I can do that as well. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you're ready. I wonder, is this gonna be a dungeon run? Like, we're gonna have like a little thingy-majiggy where it's like, oh, we're gonna have to like go through this progress as a dungeon? Cool Jar Jar. Yeah. Let the hunt begin. Yep. Ihu Yakatulu. I have no fucking idea how to say that correctly. Okay, so we can... Yeah, no, that seems fine. So yeah, so she can be in any role. Oh, she can be in tank or DPS. He can be in healer or DPS, and then she's just a confirmed. Yeah, cool. I want to do it with the party members. I want to see what it's like. I want to see what it's like with like the duty thingamadoog. asshole. Oh, and he's brought friends, has he? First Dawntrail dungeon? Yes. There was a boat like ours up ahead. Could it be Zorol Jaws or... Oh god, it is Bakul Jaja. Forget who else is on the river right now. We have company. Let's pull them out of the way so they're not...
Try this!
There we go. Yep, let's just start doing focus damage at this point. There we go. Fish! Fish! She's a warrior, but is in red. It looks wrong. It's fine. It's fine. Don't you worry about it. She can be whatever she needs to be. Hi there, little Incineroar.
I have you.
Just gonna use all those cool abilities so I can. So far, so good. No disasters. No big problems.
Back off!
Yep. Oh, rain. That is Bakul Jaja up ahead. Oh, are we gonna invade? Oh, there he is. Fuck you. Over to the back, so then that way. Thank you for kissing my ass. Knight's thingy-majiggy, which has me regenerating, reducing damage, and all that. Ugh. I need to redo my hotbar at some point, because I feel like it is in a bit of a messy sort of like arrangement. There we go. It's not going to plan. We'll just have to improvise. Oh shit, what are you gonna do? Uh-oh. And the boat can just do that? Alrighty. What a bright colored. Oh my god! A prime prunity. Holy shit. Alright, here we go. I don't know what Hydro Wave does. Okay, okay. No, don't run away! Get back here! Oh shit! Holy fuck! Oh! No! No! Ah! Help! Alpha, no! Help me! Hi, Jason. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. Welcome, welcome. Uh-oh. Oh, come. Oh, fuck off. Kindly fuck off. Go. Gets him down to halfway. Oh, come on. Serious.
We mustn't hold back.
Yeah, no shit, Alpha No. What do you think I've been doing all this time? Toilet or some bullshit. There we go. River Breath Pelt of Maiming. Can I even wear that? Hang on. Nope, it's for the Lancer. Never mind. I should have picked up on the fact that it said maiming that I couldn't. As long as it works for you and you press everything. Yeah, cool. Fair enough. I just... Because here's the thing, is that, like, the buttons are different. Like, the arrangement of some of these buttons are different between the tank classes I have, though. So there's a little bit of bullshittery there. let's do big ones.
We mustn't hold back.
Why are you saying this now? As if I wasn't... You call that cowboy emoji strat? Wait, cowboy emoji? What is cowboy emoji strat? I am going to need further explanation on this. Oh, there we go. We have to climb up this. Oh my god, we're literally climbing. I thought it would just teleport us up to the top. I didn't think they would actually go through. They had that animation? Oh, hello, Oriange. What strange happenstance? Oh! Bastards! It cost you nothing to be nice then. How rude. Oh hey, different colored what's these? Oh, they're metamorphosing. The fuck are these things? Copied their forms, but they didn't really do a good job of it. I wonder if they would have copied, like, the... Are they copying players' forms? Yeah, they're copying player forms as well. Oh, hello! Hi there, Zephyr! Welcome to the stream! I hope you had a wonderful time in Final Fantasy XIV Online yourself. I am currently going through... Granted, this is probably spoiler alerts if you're not up to this point. I'm currently going through a Dawntrail dungeon. Howdy, howdy. How's it going? Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Saturday mornings, I decide to go through the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV. It's been great. You're at level 94 right now? Nice! Okay, so you're a little bit further than me right now, because I'm only just at the level... This is the level 91 dungeon right now. There we go. So I've not gone to... Oh, I used the wrong one. Gone. That one. Hi there, Mr. Mustalid. You're at level 91 and you just started No, I started 2 weeks ago. I started this like 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? At like level 90 and what have you, so this is only like my 3rd session into Dawntrail right now. So... But yeah, this is my first dungeon in the Dawntrail expansion, so it's level 91. Yeah. Have a good one. Thank you so much. If you need to, like, you know, if you need to de-stream and all that, like, you know, eat, sleep, bathroom, whatever it is, you're welcome to do so. I'll do what I can for the rest of your viewers. Hopefully they'll have a wonderful time. Sorry if I'm not, like, super chatty, like, you know, proper subject stuff while I'm in the middle of a dungeon. Because, like, despite playing as the tank, which is, like, probably one of the easier of the classes, where it's just, like, a 1, 2, 3, and keep the enmity, like, I barely have the brain power. I'm sorry. Oh, it's Wooklamoth doing the thing. Oh my gosh, she had like a Buster Blade sword or some bullshit as her DPS thing, which was kind of funny. Oh, seeds. We need to be careful about the seeds. Yeah. Drowsy's dance invigorates the roots. Oh shit. How? Oh, I see. Oh, Jesus. Fuck, that hurts.
Now I'll show you.
Oh, they do the metamorpho thing, don't they? Alright, that. No doubt we're gonna have to deal with all of these guys. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go.
Try this!
I have to do this when I have like vulnerability on me.
Hold try this!
Alright, so now he sows more seeds. Oh, god damn it. Alrighty, so... Oh, no. We want to be here. This is the approximation. Yeah, got that right. Oh, do not get caught up in his sneeze. Yeah, I'm always forgetting about, like, after the 1-2-3 combo, doing this atonement and such. Yes! Am I winning? Yes, I am winning. I'm currently going through the level 91 dungeon right now, the first dungeon for Dawntrail. And so far, using, you know, because I didn't want to, like, go into a, I didn't want to wait for the dungeon. I was like, let's go with, like, with the NPCs and what have you. Because I don't have, like, Sash or anyone like that in the chat right now that's like, hey, you wanna play? Enjoy your new Sentinel. Ooh, reduce it 40%? 40? 40%? What the shit? That is, like, normally it's like 30. Tomaton. That is not a tomato. What the fuck was that? And then ring. Use this, use that, use this. Trying out all the things. It also does something else. Hang on. It erects a Magitech barrier which nullifies damage equivalent to a healing of 1,000 potent. Okay, so it makes it so that if I was going to get hit by something with like less than 1,000 healing potency, I don't get the damage? Or does it only have as like a, oh, here's an additional like 1,000, like the equivalency of 1,000 healing, and it mitigates those damage, like that amount of damage? Sorry, I just have like a really weird brain in my... Hang on a second. So, Rex a magical It nullifies damage equivalent to the heal of 1,000 potency. Okay. So that means that if I was going to get hit by something that is less than 1,000 potency, like, heal, then the damage is nullified, which means that it won't be taken into account with the, like, me needing to reduce it by 40% or something. If it is over 1,000 potency healing, then I still get hit by it, but it gets the 40% reduction. I think that's how I think that's what it's trying to do. I think. Do not hold me to it. So let's see what it's like. So if I put it here, ideally all of this stuff, yep, this will all just be 0. And now it starts hitting me like okay, I think I get it. I think I get it. You was grinding your fish class so you can unlock the samurai fat. Wait. Why? So wait, you were grinding your fishing class so you can unlock samurai. How does that work? What? Oh, wait, no, Wild Saber, you're like, you've not finished the MSQ, have you? The fuck kind of bug is that? You got to be level 50 to unlock it. Yes. Although I would recommend if you're like, I think the way it works is that it wants you to have like a level 50, like something from the Disciple of War, Disciple of Magic. It's not gonna let you do it because of a Disciple of Crafting or Gathering. I'm not too sure about that little tidbit. You might want to double check the forums for that little question, but normally it would probably be better that you go through the MSQ first.
Still.
Like, get through the MSQ so then that way whatever class you're currently using gets up to level 50, then go for the samurai. Honestly, if I just have to hold out for like 15 seconds and it's like big pulls, this might be the thing I use rather than this one here. Oh, actually. Was it? I'm just doing my AoEs. Hi there, Aranea Zach. Welcome to the stream. Want to be a samurai and mechanist. Fair enough, Wild Saber. Have you gotten up to Heaven's Ward yet? Because once you get to Heaven's Ward, you should be able to be a machinist. And then samurai, I think, is available. So samurai is available in the. If you were to receive a heal equivalent to 1,000, that's the strength of shield you get. Rightio. Apollyon. That is a crazy fucking big bug. What the fuck? Wild beasts emerge to protect its territory. Oh, nice! At least they're helping us. Oh, never mind. Oh. Oh. What? Oh, come on. Are you serious? Alphino and Krill, you're idiots. You didn't spread out enough. Okay, we need to get the worms out of the way somehow. Stop eating the fucking worms! Oh shit! Okay, that's a bit nutty. It would have been cooler if Wooklamot was able to make that a finishing blow, but she didn't.
Got you now!
Are you all right?
Got you now! This should do it!
Ah, damn it! It was a twofer then, but even then that wasn't enough. Fuck, shit, fuck, 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 fuck. Ow. Could you not aim for me, please? There we go. Woo! A mantis grasshopper monster. Yes, it was. And it was eating other monsters to get, like, stronger and shit. It was like some fucking, Ikoria nonsense from Magic the Gathering. Thank you for the hyper himbo. I greatly appreciate it. Oh, look at that muscle. Yes. Uh-huh. Nice. Ooh, I got paladin arms for that one. Nice. Let's see. What do they look like? What do they look like? Actually, I'll need to get out of the thingamadiggy, and then I can look at them. River's Breath, Longsword, and Shield. Nice. Could be bigger. During Macro March, Happy Lizard, there was actually like a means of being able to make them bigger as well. And like if you got me to my limits, then it's like the macro I went up in scale as well.
It seems. We'll
So,
have
yeah.
to head back and see
Be
about
back
fixing
soon,
the
doctor's
vault.
appointment. Not to worry, Jason. Good luck with your doctor's appointment. It was cool to see that you're able to drop in for a little bit. Thank you so much.
Hey! Everyone all right?
Oh my goodness, you arrived just in time. They're looking at us all cut and bruised and slimed, and they're just sort of like, what happened to you? Jesus Christ, the rain is crazy. I was worried we might not catch up to you. Those caverns you traverse were dug by the Yoku in their search for gold. Remnants of their excavation can be found throughout this region. While I appreciate the lesson, oh wise guide, are we... also, why is it skipping ahead? Our river journey is almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. The falls were impressive enough from a distance, but it's almost a sight to behold. Yes, amazing. Now, please let me off. She is not having a great time on the boat. None whatsoever. No. No more boats. Are you... Oh. You're not all right. I should be surprised if she was. Even without the nausea, we're all spent. This is a mountain shelter nearby. A resting spot for those who've ascended the stairs. I suggest we make use of it. That would be a welcome respite. Have you the strength for a short walk, Wooklamat? We can rest along the way, too. Damn it all. A promise is meant to lead from the front, not mewl and moan like a sick kitten. Screenshot that for Kahlua. Wooklamat. Ignore me. It's the nausea talking. I'm fine, really. Lead on. I'll follow. Very well. But if I might say one thing, just because you're a promise or a claimant for the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone, so please, don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. But, Krill, Leaning on others is a skill all leaders require. You as well, Grant? I've always believed this is my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right of it. Jesus Christ, so many head nods. We didn't need 5 of them. Alright. I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. Of course, as long as you need. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty. Okay, let's check out... Okay, the gear looks okay. I reckon getting the the River's Breath is how I could get the warrior thingy-majiggy as well. So yeah, let's cast glamours on these things. Base level cannot be lower than that of the... wait, 650? 660. What? I can't cast a glamour on this thing? I can't have it based on... Base items level requirement cannot be lower than that of the glamour cast? Aww. Well, that's annoying. So I can't cast it on the level 90 stuff. Shit. I've long felt that I could never tell anyone when I was confused or hurting, that admitting to weakness would bring shame to Papa's name. But if you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. You're trying to glamour the green on the blue. Yes. Come on, let's catch up to the others. Wait, does it not other way around? So I have to cast a blue onto a green. I can't have it go from a green to a... Damn it. So I could go, like, Bing. So I can do it in that direction, but I can't do it the other way. That's annoying. Hey, we're on the other side of the thingy-majiggy. Everyone runs around... Oh, actually, that reminds me. Where's my compass? I've moved all my slots around. I don't know where my compass is now. Hang on a second. Where is it? Is it time? No, it's not timers. Collection. Here we are. All right. Aether compass. You're going. You're going here for now. Oh, god damn it, the Aether Compass was there. God, shit. Wait. 400 south? I went right past it? It's item level. You can't cast a higher level item thing on a lower level thing. Oh. But, wait, no, hang on. The item level of this was 650. And the item level of the Sword and Shield was 660. That was... God damn it. Oh, hang on. At least I can stun you. Hang on. So it's somewhere in this direction. Southwest. Ah, goddamn you. Okay, so it's not in that direction. Alright. Bear! Bear! I need to get the lion mount at some point from the paladin. But you need to do, like, high-level stuff in order to do it. Thankfully, you can do, like... You can do it unsynced at the very least, so whenever there's, like, things where it's like, oh, hey, we're gonna do an unsynced you know, mount grind or something like that, then I can go in as a paladin and it still counts towards the achievements. There we go. We've attuned to the Aether. You did it for the Dark Knight? Nice. We should stop here for the night. I understand the desire to rush ahead, but we need to recuperate from our punishing river adventure. Then let's settle in. We'll need a crock fire. There's meal preparation to be done.
I've been meaning to ask, but how does one become the adopted child of the Dawn Servant?
Good question.
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace. All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel. But I've never bothered to return there.
Huh.
As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
I quite understand. I have no memories of my birth parents either. For a while, I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather, and he was all I needed.
So our situations were quite similar. Even though Papa already had a trueborn son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost. Before I became a meal for some beast, Papa dropped everything and came to my rescue.
Aw.
I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding. But the head of resolve praised me for surviving the ordeal. I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though. He went on and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died. Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise. For all the good it did. There's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or Ihihana, I hardly know anything. I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people. I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title.
Shut up. There's more to it than that. You can't measure your worth by the success of others. I swear I've said that before. I'm gonna go with that one again.
Don't compare myself to my siblings, you mean?
Yeah.
I think I see what you're saying. My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers. It's always been about the Turali and what I can do for them.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something. To hear the voices of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool. From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses. Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love about Tulihiolal and my fellow Turali. It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making. I will find the City of Gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather, Kryl. I swear.
I appreciate it, Wuklamart. But you needn't take on that burden as well. Galuf Baldessian dedicated his life to protecting people from all manner of threats. As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation. So let's just concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
But never forget, there's a huge competition going on, so while we may enjoy the journey,
Hear, hear.
just
We
remember
are
that...
companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
Meanwhile, in the Second Promises camp...
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friend.
Oh wow, they're listening in on our conversation?
They seem to be enjoying themselves.
No, Sash, it's not the last day of the month.
Go and say a word to your sister. Nay.
Did you
there
not
is no need for
read?
that.
Did you not read the little... Hang on a second, let me pull up the image that Sashara is probably thinking about right now. And she's gonna, like, look at the thing, and she's just gonna be like, huh? Let me just click and drag it. Notice how I've now changed, like, I mentioned this in a tweet, where it's now the last Saturday of the month. Look at that. What does that say? What does it say, Sashara? It's be the first week of the month for like 6 months. Even Code thinks so. Yes, no, it has. That's why I did the tweet explaining that it's now a new day. It's now a new date. There is a new day. Oh my. Okay, hang on a second. I'm gonna have to explain this. Fuck. Who the fuck tweets? Oh yeah, you're right. It's not a tweet anymore. It's a post. Elon Musk spending billions of dollars to get a platform that did better than whatever the fuck he made, and the first thing he does is like, actually, rather than keeping to the naming conventions, thanks to the superior social media platform, it's now Post. Do you realize how much fucking money you've wasted on brand recognition with that? Ding, dong, ha-ding, ha-dong. done for a few months. I should have done the advertisement now while I was in the middle of like crafting my tweet and what have you. You know what? That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run the 3-minute advertisement right now while I'm crafting my messages and what have you. So you're gonna have to make do with staring at this fucking at this thing here as I'm busy typing. Bam. There we go. I'm just saying, I'm not the only person who didn't know. Code has Twitter. Code is gonna get blamed. If Code comes into this chat and wonders why we're not doing a party game stream, you know absolutely fucking certain. You know absolutely fucking certain he's gonna get reamed for that. Alrighty, sorry, I'm just getting a little bit distracted looking at Twitters. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of this image, so hopefully everyone understands that the next time we're doing the party game stream, it's gonna be going off Saturday, August 31st. Ooh, Saturday, August 31st. Party game stream. You want to attend the party game stream on Saturday, August 31st. Ooh. Ooh, Saturday, August 31st. Ooh. Making an event in your Discord? Absolutely, I already did. If you're in my Discord, you should see it already. Ah! Do we want to disable? No, we do not.
But what of you two? Wuklamat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Helping you has made us rivals, aye. But we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it. Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alizé on her rear.
I love how the like all of us are just sort of like, oh yeah, we're just gonna get into a fisticuffs after the end.
Test myself against our companions. The thought stirreth within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
I love how they all think this competition isn't gonna end in death. Like, we've saved the world twice or however many
has surrounded
times.
herself with distinguished figures.
And
indeed.
none of us think we're gonna die
The
from
Studium's
this.
finest graduates. The head of the students of Bardessian. And then, there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If he's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us. Not that I've any intention of bowing out. Our time in Urkelpacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray. Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlayan innovations, that Tuli Yolal might know greater stability and prosperity.
Granted, it's only existed for like 100 years, so...
Our nation can change for the better. And I will be the man to change it.
Well, it's a start. I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine that approach.
That's a Heidelin quote! That was a Heidelin quote! Hear, feel, think.
But to return to the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory.
Finding a golden city.
The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawn Servant, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
Sipping Time sponsored by Sir Dragonx88.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
Translation, Bakul Jaja, the fucking two-headed Dimmy, is just gonna be fighting us for our keystones, I imagine. Meanwhile, with the first promise... Where the fuck is he?
Your rivals still lag behind. The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you. How can they hope to compete with the resilient son? The only child ever sired by a two-head. Only the ignorant or foolish could fail to see that you were born to be Dawn's servant. Such titles mean nothing.
He throws his hands, he's just like, the fuck, dude?
I neglected to mention, when I first heard the rumors that the contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle. They all agreed on one thing. Whoever reaches the City of Gold will attain a power so great, it can dictate the course of history. If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it.
What's that
Time
kind of
is
Vizier
passing,
nonsense?
and I would put my plans in motion without delay. The useless tool is cast aside after all. And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer.
That is some poisonous dialogue there.
In battle, everyone bleeds. The Dawn's promise is no exception. What better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
That is... No. 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 Dude, like, come on. Earlier with Bakul Jaja. Alrighty then, Bakul.
I was hoping for a good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge at all. I wonder if the house cat is dead yet. Be a shame to lose a plaything, but we'd still have 2 more.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuliolal after you take the throne?
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that? We care only about the contest and proving our superiority.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's like a dumber
That
Xenos.
would surely please Mother and Father. Yes, and when we become Dawn's servant, we'll drive out the weakling masses and invite our king to live in the city. Fine idea! Our family deserves better than that rotten jungle. Back to it then. We must catch up to that one-headed pretender and remind him of the natural order.
I made it.
You're
I
probably...
thought we were missing someone. Where have you been?
Oh, I feared I was done for when I fell from the boat. Yet, somehow I made it. Oh, my arms, I can barely lift them. If I could just rest a moment.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind. My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beasts.
But I followed the teachings. Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed seedlings.
Yeah, you don't care about that.
Wait. Don't leave me behind! I'm begging you!
Fuck you, Bakul. Being able to say those things has brought me such relief. It's like a stone has been lifted off my chest, and I can take a deep breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself like that again. I want to be better. Will be better. For myself and for my people. You may now enter What's-a-Macoozies as many times as ever. My Dark Knight is level 90, unfortunately, which is going to be a bit embarrassing. Ruthenium. Oh, that'll be 655, which will be slightly higher than what I'm currently taking. Yeah, see how these are like 660s. Alright. Let's see, what class do I want to be for this one? The Moblin settlement of Earthenshire is not far from here, but be warned, the road we'll be taking is a favored hunting ground for bandits. With the stairs currently impassable, there will be fewer travelers, meaning the brigades will be desperate for victims to ambush. Although, considering present company, I suppose my concern is unwarranted. Bandits on the road? What have Zorul Jah and the Landsguard been doing? Seems it's up to me to restore order to this area. Oh. And off she goes again, for now. We'll head west and aim for the bank of the second river. Oh my god, an alpaca keeper! Alpaca! Welcome. If it's an alpaca you need, then look no further. So yeah, we just need to head over to there. To the west. Okay, cool. So we are going that way. How strong are these things? Okay, fairly strong. And I need 13 million experience in order to level this guy up at least once. There we go. Hop. 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 And hop. Oh, there's a fairy dog. Oh, yeah, because that's the fairy dog we were at previously to get to here. Because, like, Tulio would have also been done from there. So, yeah. $243 to the west. Alright, so we should be getting closer to where we need to be. I think I'm gonna get some Mexican today. To the west, so it should be in view shortly. Well, where are these bandits? Apparently, they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Earthenshire is just a little farther ahead, on the opposite bank of What? Hang on, how do I spell this?
Miakarbezoma.
Miakarbezoma. But let's remain vigilant all the same. Miakarbezoma. Miakarbe... Oh! Fate. Hang on, can I do this, Fate? Let's give it a try. See if I can do this, Fate. So it looks like we gotta attack some of these. Please don't die, please don't die, please don't die! Ah, I didn't think this one through! I didn't think this one through! Help! Please? Help! Where's your chocobo? Dead! My chocobo is dead! Where the... What do you mean you're on a different server? Where the fuck are you? You're not even online! What is this bullshit? On a different server. It doesn't say you're on Materia, it just says you're offline. Like, this one says they're in another world. That one makes sense. No one's alive to help me. Okay, cool, there was Sage. Please help. I fell. Get up. Oh, I can't send it to them from a restricted area. Are you kidding me? Genova and... Thank you, Sash, for clipping my death. Fine. Fine. Alright, how do I get to two-wheel? Alright, this Thanarin, Kagami. How the fuck did we get to Tulio last time? I swear we did it through, like, this area here. Like, hang on. Nope, wrong way. Yup. Unattuned. Dun, 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 dun. Why are you putting a hot dog in my ass? You make no sense. Oop, wrong way. Dun, 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 dun. That looks cool. Oh, the fate's gone, so... I'll at least get the Aether Current that's over there. Tuning with the Aether Current allows you to better understand. Yep. 260 something or others to the south, so somewhere down there, no doubt. Nope, not the giant whale. There we go, let's go with bird. It's probably weird using a bird as like a land vehicle, isn't it? Oh, hey, this is on my, what's-a-mahoozy thingy. How many of these do I need to kill? go. Here we go. Nice. And I got myself some sack of nuts. Nuts. Oh my god, I can do a chain bonus if I wanted to. How much experience did I get for that? 50. 50. So, discovered location was 50. Another location was 50. 2 thingamadiggies. 447 was for the mark. Ah, okay. Oh, hey, look, there's a little mouse thing over there. Dun, da, 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 da. This is the village where the lay of pots from the Tuliol saga took place. Earthen Shrine, Idleshire. Earthenshire, Idleshire. Might the similarity be a cultural inclination, I wonder? The settlements themselves couldn't be more different, though. This shire appears custom-built to resemble pots, while the other is a repurposed town. Welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the third promise and her retiree? That's us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant's Elector, if you happen to know who that is. You are speaking tongue flaps with her right now. Reddiquer is the Elector you seek. Oh, that's wonderful. That's helpful. We can cut straight to performing the feat. As much as Reddiquer would like to do such that, we have a much more pressing worry. The storm which hit our village shattered the cliffs and dropped rocks on our brain cases. Many help hands for the Potsworn were injured. There is no time for feats or medal tests. I'm sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I feared you'd been caught in its path. Not to change the subject, but what are the Potsworn? Goldsmiths contracted to work for the Moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their crafts. The Moblins provide those Potsworn with tools, material, living quarters, everything the artisans could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing what is widely known as the finest gold and metalwork in Toral. This is unacceptable. I was promised no distractions. If this is the best they can offer, I should never have left Wakomaki. Just giving her some side-eye, don't mind me. You see, the Potsworn desert us. Without enough healthy help hands, we are failing to uphold our side of the Pot Pact. Should all our Potsworn leave, Earthenshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something, and do it soon. Then let us stand in for the injured helpers. It would give me the chance to learn more about your people and your village, and if it brings us closer to beginning the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obliged to join in. Take a rest while you can. Of course I'll help. I was hoping you'd say that. I actually wasn't sure I'd do this on my own. We'll all help. I doubt any of us could just sit around and watch. We'll take every help hand we can get. Reddiquer truth swears that once the Potsworn have their perfect workshop again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the third promise can assist help hand Rocco Rock. You other four follow Reddiquer. There are other help hands in need of hand lending. I know. Ah. What is up with my nose? I really appreciate you pitching in. I mean, I meant what I said at Many Fires. There will be no more fraying strength. No more playing at being an invincible promise. If there's one thing I've learned on this journey, it's how practiced you are at aiding those in need. And I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. Now, let's find that Rakorok fellow and see what we can do for him. Look at all the fucking teapots! They honestly do look like teapots, let's be real. Ah, excuse me. Welcome! If it's an alpaca you need, then look no further. Before we get you saddled up, I'll need to add your name to the register. Yep, cool. Can I do Gunbreak? Can the Gunbreaker take on the, 92. Oh, okay, so no, we only have, like, the... Alright, let's go... Let's go Paladin, then. We'll go Paladin for a little bit, then. Rakorok can't meet his obligations without more help hands. The pot pact is broken and the pots are emptying. Hi there, guess I know a guy. Welcome to the stream. Your excuse, granted the mist. Of the mist? Excuse me. Excuse me. You've come to aid Rakorok? Rakorok accepts your hand lending with joyous feelsmees. If we can offer the Potsworn their promised good living, we might save the day yet. Whatever you need. Ruthenian chest. What Rakorok needs is for new help hands to create good living for Potsworn Kahi. The help hand assigned to Kahi was hurt during the rock rain, so... help hand do not bother the Potsworn with straight tasks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with guest think. Please guest think with Rakorok. Find out what Kahi is lacking so we can provide it. You can count on us. Alright, T. Ooh! Alright, I need to remember that you got some cards. Nice work on the fishing. Hi, Noah. Alright, well, Lamont, what do you say? Do not pay attention to the spazzing door. This is where Kahe works, is it? Let's take a peek inside, then. They're sweating up a storm. That must be Kahe. It'd be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him, but that's not the way they do things around here, apparently. We'll have to leave him be and try our hands at some guess think. Inspect the workshop. You may move the camera and zoom in and shit. Cool. Nice. He has no shortage of crafting materials. Alright, so that's not the problem there. Tools look pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for new ones. He must be boiling sitting so close to the furnace, and there's no airflow to speak of. How could anyone work in that stifling heat? Yes. Who could? He's barely touched his meal. That dish is meant to be eaten hot or it loses its savior. Loses its flavor. We need to save the flavor! Alright, after taking a good look, I think I have an idea of what things Kahei might want to improve his working condition. Let's head back outside and talk to Rararok. You made your observations. What do you guess think? First off, I noticed Kahei hasn't touched his food, and an empty belly can't be good for his concentration. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking? But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? But Rararok is sure of nothing when it comes to Kahei's tests. I can help you with that. My brother Koana is also Hetsaro, and while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share. Like an aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kahei probably wouldn't have been able to eat until it cooled down, and by the time he came back to it, he might have found it cold and unappetizing. The simplest solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Rararok never would have thought of that. Would the third promise mind explaining these things to our cook? Not at all, but I don't think that was the only reason Kahei couldn't concentrate. The Hetsaro's homeland is hot and dry, but even Kahei seemed to be suffering in front of that furnace. Is there any way you could cool down the workshop? Oh, we could try a drafty shard. They make a lovely breeze. Do you know where we can get one of those? You can gather them from the shoals of no return. There are many old boats there, abandoned by those who gave up on their search for the Golden City. So, we salvage them from the wrecks. Could you handle that for us, Grant? Is it true, Sash, about the Mikotes and yourself? You don't like hot foods? You prefer them cold? Oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, Kahei's files and saws and things were very worn down. Maybe a new set of tools is in order. Rararok was too preoccupied with stocking materials, a serious oversight which he will rectify. Supplying good tools for good living is a help hand's responsibility. Then we all have work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks are done. Don't you think so, Sash? Can you handle hot foods? Are you a spice flavor fanatic, or are you more for the the soft and the sweets? Do share. Do let us know. In the least offensive way possible, you're a basic white baby? Oh, you're some basic bitch. You would think Greek yogurt is spicy. You're Grant, aren't you? What brings you out here? Ah, the issue with caring for the Potsworn. When they approached me with the same problem, I suggested they commission artisans in Charlian instead. The quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed, after all. However, the Moblins did not care for the idea. Well, no shit, they... Okay, Koana, I get it. I get it, you want to, elevate the whole, oh yeah, Charlian engineering and Magitech and all that kind of nonsense, but the Charlians are not here. The Charlians are assholes. They did not share dick. They are not interested in engaging and sharing and what have you, so... The advantage you have, being trained by them, is great and all, but unless you're, you need to share that with the people. You can't have the people come to the Charlians, so in this case, help them. Surely it would be more effective to engage a uniformly trained collective. I cannot understand their fixation on individual contracts. cultural thing. Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the feat of pots. Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of help hands, and are instead tasked with tending the injured. We are on our way back from procuring herbs for Urianger, in fact. Settlements in Kozomauka, too, have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded had we not found a way here? Should I become Dawn's servant, one of my first acts will be to establish reliable trade routes to the capital, when I imagine how much good we can achieve with Charlian technology. Thancred is just like, yes, Charlian technology. Because if the Charlians were anything, they were just, oh, so great at sharing shit, weren't they? They were not great at sharing shit. The catfolk prefer their fish raw and the blood of their enemies fresh and warm. You will excuse us. They don't share, how dare. They must not, pinky promised. Well, we'll meet again soon, I'm sure. Take care, Grant. Look, I get what he's trying to do, where he's trying to like, look, it's advantageous to, like, you know, elevate the technologies, and, you know, but it's important that when you do that, that you at the very least embrace the cultures that you currently have and not have them pushed aside in the name of, like, progress and what have you. So for him to sort of be like, oh, you're having problem with these, like, group of people? Why don't you go to this other group of people? It's just sort of like a, no. You spot the tunnel opening, heading through the passage to the shoals of no return and recover the drafty shard. Just listen to this fucking banjo. Oh, iguana. You love the look of my character? Thank you, I appreciate that, Hendrix. I have him set up in a fashion where as I progress through the story and we get things like unlocked and such, I want to have him like start wearing that gear. So yeah. Oh, I thought that would have killed him, but okay, I guess it didn't. It's Lizzie from the Magic School Bus. Lizzie grew. If that's Lizzie from the Magic School Bus, they grew. Oh, another Aether Current. That's actually going to be helpful. There we go. Alright, so there's a bright green and a pale blue. Will the green help us? I think the green is what we want. The crystalline shard emanates a soothing whisper of wind. It seems you found the crystal. Rakorok sent you to salvage. Nice. First try. go. Sprinting. There we go, sprinting. How am I gonna eat? Because I'm gonna get, like, my burrito... Like, I'm gonna get my Mexican food and what have you in, like, half an hour or more. And... I kind of don't want to stop streaming. I kind of want to keep playing, even when, like, lunch arrives. And then there's just going to be the interesting question of, how is that going to work logistically? Are you just going to, like, hear me, like, eating, and it's just going to be like a... Is that a cool breeze Rock feels? Here you go, a drafty shard. I'm pretty sure I have hundreds of these right now. You forgot how tedious it is to work on your PC? You forgot? It's a, like, which side? The hardware side or the software side? Yes, thank you for finding a drafty shard. Rock will add it to the new set of tools he brought. And I come bearing good food tidings. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning Hecharo, and it's on its way even as we speak. Hardware. Okay. Let's be real, it's not the hardest, thankfully, but I understand what you're coming from. Let's go in and see what Kahe thinks of our efforts. Ooh, the liquid cooler. So is it an all-in-one liquid cooler, or is it like a custom, like, soft piping, or, ooh, is it hard piping rig? I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. A fine meal, new tools, and a welcome source of cool air. Now I remember why I signed a pot pact. I am grateful for your kind considerations. Allow me a moment or two, and I'll recuperate with a piece worthy of a potsword. Speaking of computers, you just reminded me that I need a second opinion on this custom PC you was eyeballing. Ooh! Okay, are you building this custom PC, or is it a custom PC that was, like, done by a third party? Because, like, look, the, also, nice work on the H80i V2, the soft tube. Yeah, so that's an all-in-one build, Hendrix. Nice. But yeah, do tell me more about this custom PC you're working on, Jack. An oil lamp to brighten the halls of Volok Shunsa. The craftsmanship satisfies Earthenshaw's reputation for quality, I trust. Such luster! Such brilliance! Truly a gift fit for the Dawn servant. I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I've wasted till now, I hope to continue crafting at this improved pace. I have a contract to fill, after all. You want a costume PC? It's just shaped like a fucking, like, beholder, or maybe like, what's a Mahuzi? A mimic? That'd be cool. Forgive my intrusion. Lamatsi, I am told the Elector has deemed the crisis past and is prepared to task us with the feat. That's great news! Thank you for letting me know. So this is the craft of the Potsorn. It is indeed a masterful piece. Thank you for your words of praise, Second Promise. I drew inspiration from Kamazuka's natural beauty and sought to capture it in my work. Nah, you're looking at a site. They're gonna build it for you. They have a pre-built stuff, but you're looking at their fully custom PCs. Ah, okay. You'd build it yourself, but you don't trust yourself. Look. Understandable, okay? Here's the thing with PC building, is that as the years go on, the PC building process does technically get easier. But there are still some, like, because for instance, like, plugging things in from, like, power to motherboard or any of that kind of such is very much like Lego. It's like everything has their specific spot to go and what have you. But there is, like, you know, there is the obvious fear of, like, doing a PC build because, you know, the 1,000 fucking pins on a CPU cannot be bent. They are made of metal, so they're not going to be bent that easily. They're not like a hair's breadth or something like that. But that still worries people because you can't just go dropping it from like a 10 centimeter height. You have to hold it gingerly from the side. You have to sort of observe where the corner is and then slowly put it in. You don't want to put any pressure on it. So you've got that kind of a case where it's like, oh, you have to put that in gingerly. But then you have things like this where you have like the RAM sticks and you have to be like in. You have to be like, Urgh. And then you have like plugs. So you've got some plugs that you have to be delicate with. And then other things where you have to be like put some force on it and what have you. So, yeah. My current PC is like 5+ years built with your own hands. You're just surprised it's still fucking alive? Oh, so you have built them before. You have built them before, Jack. I thought you were like spranking new at this. What do you don't trust about yourself? You've done it once before. You can, like, top tip. Don't rush yourself. Treat it like a day. Give yourself an entire day to work on PCs, okay? They're not something that you need to like rush to do in like 2 hours. Give yourself a day to do it. You get yourself a table space. You get yourself... All right, fun fact chat. Let me just zoom out for a little bit. Fun fact for those of you who are not aware of this. So, fun fact. For my 16th birthday, I think it was either my 16th or my 18th birthday, I was gifted computer parts, a bowl of M&Ms, and a 2-liter Coke. With those parts, I was able to... my day was basically spent putting together my new PC. I put it onto like a table out in the kitchen, or living area, sorry. I had all my parts, and, you know, I was just putting it all together slowly, having some M's whenever the mood fancied me and I wasn't dealing with any of the things. It probably took me, like, I probably, like, put, like, an hour into putting the whole thing together slowly and what have you. And then once everything was, like, plugged in and such, moved it into my room, plugged it into the monitor or the peripherals and such. It booted up after, like, the second try because it was trying to boot from, like, the built-in graphics unit and wasn't displaying anything rather than the external graphics unit. Got that booted up, built Windows 10. And then I just started putting out together... Wait, was it Windows 10? No, it was Windows 7, sorry. I built Windows 7, and I just started reinstalling all the different software and games that I needed. It was fantastic. I loved the experience. The only reason why I need a new one is because all the fans on the PC are dead. You've had it for 5 years. That is still pretty impressive. Don't get me wrong on that one, but it is kind of funny that it's like, the fans are dead. Oh, well, gonna get a new PC. If you didn't have the context of, oh, this thing is 5 years old, I would just sort of be like, just replace the fans. So, watch for the gold arrow corner that shows where to put the CPU in, using my bed as a tabletop at the moment. Oofies. I wonder why the Moblins did not simply build a workshop in the city, and now I have my answer. Even Charlian goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisite artistry. One cannot create great things if one lacks creative impetus. Tololoroy's, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basics of a craft would do well to study it there. I was raised among Hetsaro, more traditional than most, and the shared ingenuity of Toral's various people was eye-opening. You lived as a traditional Hetsaro? I have few fond memories of nomadic life. It's a miracle my rig still runs. I mostly winged it with YouTube videos after watching my friends do my first PC. Look, here's the thing. Like, it gets, like jogging, it gets easier as you do it more often, okay? Like, if you've already had, like, the buddy do the PC for you, I highly recommend doing it again. If you can put yourself in a no-pressures environment, do it again. Rock is very grateful to you. I thank you both for your hard work and clever guest think. When it comes to help handing, knowing the Potsworn really is important. Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I've drummed into me several times already on my journey. We get pants from you. Has details to share concerning the fourth sworn feat of Pots. The Elector bids the claimants assemble in the large building on the west side of the village. I will head over after finding Thancred and Urianger. Ah, I also ran into this Levelou twins on the way here. I took the liberty of directing them to the venue. We're rivals. It's not his job to make sure I know the feat is starting, but even now he's concetious to a fault. Anyway, let's not keep Ridderock waiting. You really want to occupy... You don't want to occupy space in the living room to do this? Your mom is a nightmare. Ah. Fair... Look, understandable. Fair. I don't know what the situation is between you and your mom. I don't know if asking of like, hey, I want to like, you know, spend half a day and I might need some space to do that. Are you okay with that? I don't know if she's going to be fine with that. I don't know the relationship, so understandable if like asking is out of the question and what have you. You'll likely be doing Dan's again next time. He's due for upgrades. Has everyone just like how old is your PC parts? That's just general question for everyone across the chat. How old is your PC setup? 5 years? All right, so we got Hendrix on 5. Where am I with my parts? Because I purchased one of my things I've purchased from Umart. The other I've purchased from somewhere else, I would say. Depending on which part of the... Oh, you're a You're a Theseus build, aren't you, as well, Sashera? Alright, how about... Okay, so, the newest part in the big 5, I would say. The motherboard, the CPU, the GPU, the RAM, or the case. Because I'm gonna be real with you. If you swapped shit from one case to another, that's like basically an entirely new build because of the amount of shit you have to disassemble and then put back together. The big 5. Before Fry's electronics went poof. Oof. Alright, my last upgrade was... Because here's the thing, is I'm a Ship of Theseus build as well. My build setup is very much also tied into, you know, I was busy doing the, blah, blah, blah. Where's my brain at? So my last upgrade was... And this one was... June. So that was July. All right. My last major upgrade was in 2021 when I went and got the GeForce 3090 Extreme, and like I wanted that particular kind of GPU because I was doing a mix of, as you see now, the streaming, the 3D, all that kind of stuff, and I was doing it in one PC. So I wanted to like have as beefy of a computer as I could have with my current like motherboard setup. So, and then like I think just after that, like in less than a month, I then went and got myself a capture card. So then that way I could capture my PlayStation and my Nintendo Switch for streams. Let's see, in 2020, I had... Why is it saying Mansfield? Queensland pickup... A robot Superstore? Find a wide range for your selection. Is fully operated by our advanced robot during business hours. You're for pickup within a guaranteed time frame of half an hour. Wow! Mansfield is like a robot store? Weird. But yeah, before then, 2020 was a motherboard, and... Oh, wait, no, then there was, like, in 2022, I want to say, there was a... I think there was a CPU upgrade. I think that was thanks to you, chat, actually. Hang on a second. Let me find it. When was that CPU? Because the CPU actually would have been the most recent one. Ryzen. Give me a second. The Ryzen 5950 was March last year, actually. 2023. So that was my most recent. Yeah, that was from Throne. That one I've like had on my Throne since 2020, so 2022, back in like November or something like that, I put on the Ryzen 5950X. So that was like basically the top of the line GPU for the previous generation. So that was put in November of 2022, and that got fully funded in January, February, in March of 2023. It didn't arrive until I was back from Furdu in April. It was like several months before I finally got the CPU. So that's been my most recent upgrade, actually, is last year, technically speaking. But overall, I've had like different bits and pieces like since like 2021 and 2020. So mine is a Ship of Theseus build, much like Seshera's. Greta Rock thanks you for assisting Help Hand. She will announce the feat once the other claimants arrive, so please be patient a little while longer. I'm happy to report that we were able to convince one of the Potsworn to stay. How did you fare? We did fairly alright. So you managed to do the same. Splendid. Check out my throne. Welcome to Earthenshire, First Promise. We support your plans for salt crossings and the new Potsworn they will bring. Hail the mighty Zorolja! He cleared many piles of rockfall as if they were pebble stones. The resilient sun for Dawn Servant. Zorolja was clearing fallen rock? I'm surprised he would volunteer this time for anything unrelated to the contest. Well, well, we meet again. Placing parts when needed. You had an upgrade like 2 years after you got the PC. Turns out the RAM stick was killing your PC and causing it to freeze and crash for no reason. Oh, yeah, RAM sticks doing that is fucking bullshit. Aside from that, I think I need an upgrade on everything, and my bro just recommended me just replace the whole thing. It would be cheaper. Okay. Replacing the whole thing is cheaper in a state of mind, but you are replacing everything. Just letting you know that, Jack. And what's more is when you go through a third party to custom build the PC for you, you're normally spending about $100 to $300 premium in order to not have to deal with building the PC. So just remember that. Just remember that. You hate your brain? There's a way to tell which way a computer fan will blow. Okay, so the way you can tell is... Okay, so if the manufacturer is clever, they normally put an arrow in to indicate, like, the airflow from being like, oh, it's going, like, in to out. But I think if you just needed the little, like, indicator, if you need to, like, figure it out yourself, I think the way it is that if the blades, I think, are going outwards in, so like, if the blades are going from outwards in, it means that the outward side is the pulling air in, and the inward side is the pushing air out, is how it goes. Like, I'm not 100% though, but I think that's how it is. Just in time for the feat to begin. I'll bet he was already here, laying low while the rest of us did all the work. Psh. Clements, your attention, please. As Redderrock has explained, many of our potsworn left us following the storm. The precious metalwork crafted by those artisans bring in such jingly shine from across the salt. Should our steam of trade goods dry up, Earthenshire will suffer. Toloriol's merchants will suffer. So, Redderrock sets us this task. Each of you are to find one clever hand goldsmith to bring back here to us. So we're to recruit new potsword. Makes sense for the feat of pots. Calling this a feat does not justify taking advantage of the Clements and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne? You are free to refuse Redderrock's request. She will be happy to inform the Dawn servant of Zerul Jaw's disqualification. The right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important. Then, Redderrock declares the feat of pots begun. But remember, a pot pact must be agreed to willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful tongue flaps. Alright. The Elector said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival. Which is exactly what we should do. Oh, the little bastards. Har, 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 har. A fine suggestion, brother. I'm glad you think so, brother. Come, let us lay our plans. Hi there, bestest boy, by the by. That nasty brute is up to something. Aye, he may seek to delay us again, as he did on the river. We can but remain vigilant while we plot our course. What do you think, Wuklamot? Have you any candidates in mind to satisfy this feat? How dare you, little Incineroar? I know some artisans amongst my supporters, but they're all in their twilight years. I couldn't ask them to give up the comforts of Toloriol to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful the scenery. Meanwhile, Kohenna probably has 100 young craftsmen to choose from. Not that I'm comparing us, you understand. That's just a matter of fact. Yeah, that's fine. We can make this assessment. I suppose we could try asking around Wakumaki. That seems a logical place to start. Back to Toloriol it is. Wait, does that mean we have to take the boat again? No, no, no! I can't do it! I can't stand another boat ride! You said I should share my burden, so I will speak plainly. The truth is, I get really, really sick on boats. We kinda guessed that. Wuklama, this is hardly news. But it was brave of you to admit. In any case, we won't be fighting the current this time. Heading downriver will be much smoother. Oh my god, look at her little face! Oh my god, I'm gonna need to share that to Kahlua right now. Where's the Gucci feline? Where's the Gucci feline? He's missing out on, like, look at her face! Ah! He's missing out! Look at his face! Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. Documents. My games. Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. Screenshots. Where's the photo? Come on. Find it. You're missing out on some amazing Lamont moments. Look at her face. Alright, I'm just gonna update my telegram. Oh, my lunch is delivered. There's gonna be an advertisement. And I'm gonna see how much of my burrito I can eat. Give me a second. You're gonna have to make do with staring into the face of this cat. Thank you, Sir Dragon.
88 for the 9-month tier 1 sub.
Thank you so much for the 9 months of being subscribed to me. I greatly appreciate it. You get to use all kinds of fun emotes, and you don't have to deal with advertisements such as these ones as I go and run and get my lunch. Oh, I'm getting notifications. What is he saying about the... Oh my gosh, she's so cute. She is. Wuklamat is so cute. She doesn't want to go on the boat. Alright, let's see what this spicy burrito is like. Mmm. 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 Delicious. Ah. ASMR during the lunch break. Oh. Do you guys ever just, like, suck at the burrito? Like, you got, like, all this filling in the bread and what have you, and what you do is rather than, like, take a huge bite and bring the bread with you, you just sort of, like, you try and, like, only squeeze the bread a little bit, so then that way it slops the filling into your mouth. Like that. Like, you're just sort of sucking... Mmm. Mmm. Delicious. Mmm. Mmm. Sometimes? Fair enough. Mmm. What? You haven't? What do you mean? What do you mean you haven't had a burrito? Oh wait, you're not in Australia. You don't get like a... Isn't there like a Guzman's near you or something? I feel like... Isn't Guzman's like an international franchise? Oh. Hmm. Oh. How can you never have a burrito? Oh. Gomez, sorry. Mmm. Delicious. Mmm. I highly recommend burritos. Excuse the hiccuping. It will? Are you sure? I'm positive. Mostly. Hang on, I gotta send. Oh, and look at her now. Look at her now. She's trying her best. She's trying her best, chat. She's trying her best not to be sick. She tried her best. She tried her best. I need a moment. Upriver or downriver. Ihukabuto is too rough for me. The nausea is a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I'd rather not set foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright. I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Rupley can help us recruit a potsworn. Yay! Alrighty, so we just gotta head over to there then. Oh, so we traveled from Old Charlian, did we? How did we get to from Linsa Luminsa Lower Docks? Ah, okay, so we gotta go. You'll look around next time, but not today. Not to worry, Jack. If there comes another day that you come into Australia, like around Queensland or some shit, then we'll make that a point to be like, right, we're going for burritos. Greetings, Third Promise. What brings you back to Wakameki? You've not chipped your axe again, have you? No, Master Rupley, actually, I have a favor to ask. So, what do you think? Do you know of any craftsmen who might be interested? Flinching my artisans for the Moblins, eh? Well, seeing as it's the third promise making the quest, I'm willing to look the other way if one of them decides to take you up on the offer. Only, I don't think of a suitable candidate off the top of my head. Who do I know with a mastery of goldsmithing that would also have no qualms about relocating to Earthenshire? The Eorzen goldsmith. What about him? You'd have to actually request nothing spicy. Acid reflux is a... Oh, god damn it. Fuck, I didn't know about that. You can get mild burritos. You mean Fontaine? Fontaine? He did say he was employed at some fancy jewelry store across the Salt, and considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little further up the river. That said, he only just got himself a new job. If it's too soon to ask him to sign a pot pact... There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the Potsworn are treated, he may even jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find Jean Fontaine at his workshop at this hour. He's finished for the day, probably enjoying a meal over at Zelbaya Tai. Then maybe we should go and talk to him. Just you and me, since he knows us, wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. The two of us can handle this. Take the rest at the cabins, if you like. Oh. Right. Let's go and see a man about a pot. Oh, Grant, you're here too! The third promise said she wanted to chat. I've just finished eating, so shall we find a quiet spot outside? Delicious. Oh, so delicious. Yum. The last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. Yes, I was, wasn't I? A lost soul, until the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming, and for the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life. That's wonderful. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's hard to ask this right after you settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a Potsworn. Ah, I've heard my new colleagues mention the term. That's when an artisan signs a contract to work for the Moblins, isn't it? But You're not a moblin. I'm not sure I understand. It's for a feat in the rite of succession. I need to bring a new potsworn to Earthenshire. So that is the way of it. We've barely met, and after pushing you to work at Wakamaki, I'm now demanding you throw that away and sign a pot pact instead. It's a selfish request, I know. I have something to tell you, Third Promise. The other day, I completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I am now an official subject of Tuliol. I've since endeavored to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right of succession and its claimants, including you, of course. Now, you will recall it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at East End when Garlean forces laid siege to the settlement, and in the ensuing chaos, he was slain. War took him from me in an instant. The man I loved and admired, I never wished to suffer such a loss again. And so, as much as I'm indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Toloro that I want you to win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pot pact, then I shall gladly do so. Fonjentine, thank you. I shall return to Master Ropley and inform him of my decision. Allow me. I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver the news. You know, that's sweet. That is a love, like, this is why I think she's going to, like, she's a good candidate for the throne and what have you, is that, because, like, here's the thing, is, like, our other competitors are people like, yes, like, the young people who don't understand war, interested in war and expansionism and shit. They're very, like, they be pink. Also, it's spoilers, Code. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing here, Code? What are you doing here during MMO night? Did you think it was party night? Did you think it was a party stream? Did you think it was a party game stream? Did Sashera feed you lies? Did Sashera try to tell you, oh, it's the party game stream? Shut up. He writes, shut up. It sounds to me like you didn't read my tweets. You didn't read anything. I told my chat it was party game stream last night. You didn't read my tweets. Hang on a minute. I can't help you right now. I'm in the kitchen. I'm grabbing a fork. Hang on a minute. Now you're just saying now you're just playing devil's advocate. I saw it first and missed the 3, okay? You... Okay. 1... That's still wrong, because it's not even the 1st of August, it's the 3rd of August. And number 2, you would have to have seen the 3 before you saw the 1. So, and what's more is that, like, you could have argued of being like, oh, but I thought it said the 3rd. It didn't, it said the 31st. Time to see if I fuck up the PC now. Alrighty then, good luck to lose. I love how Sasha is just like, now you're just playing devil's advocate. Do you know what devil's advocate is? You saw the 1, but not the 3. Nice. Oh, so please excuse me as I'm, like, eating some chips and dipping them in sauce. But yeah, Sash was upset with me because she was like, oh, like, I thought this was party game stream because you've been saying for like the last 6 months that it goes off on the first Saturday of the month. And it's like, while that may be true for the previous ones, I did post a message on my Twitters and my... Oh, I didn't do it on Blue Sky, I don't think, but on my Twitters... I have dyslexia and you're borrowing the brain cell. No, we have 2 brain cells, okay? We share. We share. I didn't take shit. Anyway, but yeah. Welcome to the stream, Code. Have you got a sub? Hi, Sage! We have our own party stream with blackjack and hookers. No subs? Alright. Fair enough. Sorry to hear there's no sub. Alright. Guys, you should go subscribe to Code the Yoshi. So Code the Yoshi can afford his sub to Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG. Ow. You should go subscribe to Code the Yoshi. Or go to his throne. That too. So you're gonna have your own party stream now, Sash? Is that it? Is that what you and Code are gonna do now? You're gonna have your own party game stream on the first Saturday of the month? Well, I wish you luck. You're gonna drive home now? Alright. Don't get distracted on your phone while you drive, Sage. Put the phone away. Put the phone away and focus on the driving. Put the phone down. Spoilers ahead for Dawntrail, as I'm only at the level 92 stuff right now. Perhaps you remember me. Brook Evu, owner of Zebalier Tai. I'd like a word if you don't mind. You're Wuklamot's ally from across the Salt, right? And a hero of some renown too, if the gossip is to be believed. Well, as it so happens, I could use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a spare moment? Much appreciated. I'll be waiting for you at my shop then. This man makes tacos. Hey, Code. You've had tacos before, right? We now have access to role quests. Speak to Baruch Evu at Zilbiatai and pursue new adventures as you progress through the rite of succession. We've unlocked the fucking role quests. Oh my god, who is that? Holy shit, you... Jesus Christ, pure white. Look, Jesus. Puri Winfederg. Jesus, you're... I just want to write that in like a thingy-majiggy of Jesus, you're white. What was the name of the people that in Shadowbringers? What was the people in Shadowbringers that had the thingy-majiggy? Like, so Halric, that's his name. Alrighty. So, yeah, it's like, Jesus, you corrupted by light or something? Jesus, you're white. Alright, sending that to... Jesus, you're white. Wait, what level is this? Level 90. Ooh, I can do this with my Gunbreaker and my Dark Knight. There we go. I'm Asian, but thank you. I got a response by Pure Erwin Fedig because I'm like, Jesus, you're white. You're corrupted by the light or something, and they said, I'm Asian, but thank you. Grant, I was wondering when you'd be along. Not a moment too soon, either. I've got an urgent job that needs doing, and there's no one else I'd entrust with it. Of course, you'll be wanting to know the details. It's a long story, so why don't you grab a seat over there, and I'll join you shortly. Jeez. Alright. Sit here, and then wait at the destination. I think you'll find that role quest. Now that we're all settled, allow me to introduce myself. Brook Evu, provisioner of the Zilzietai. As you know, my establishment is open to anyone. People hailing from across Tyrol and sometimes further come here to whet their appetite and slack their thirst. Slack? 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 Is that how you say it? Given how we turn no one away, it is inevitable that a few bad apples might mix into my motley patrons, and therein lies the rub. A particularly rotten bunch was here not long ago. Sitting just over there, in fact, and having a conversation most foul. I thank you all for coming here, so far from your respective homes. A real motley crew here of various roles. Bunny Girl! As this is the first time we have all gathered in one place, perhaps formal introductions are in order. I am... Welcome, welcome. What'll you be having? Could we have a moment, please? We are in the middle of something very important. She's gonna raise her hand again, isn't she? Now then, where was I? Ah, yes. I am Appia. Is that how I say it?
Apayahi.
Apayahi. If you are sitting here now, it is because I have personally invited you to the Passage of the Unbound, my secretive, villainous order with ambitions to sow discord throughout the world. Villains do not often call themselves such. Nor do secret orders have their meetings in places where all eyes can see. Yep. What do you know? Your snide remarks only ruin my carefully constructed atmosphere. If I had the time to think of a suitable slogan, you would understand that words are everything. But I digress. I invite you all here for one reason. To throw the world into a mire of chaos and then watch its nations crumble. What else would we call ourselves if not villainous? My only interest is to punish all who've dared to mock and belittle me. So long as I can achieve that, you can call me whatever you like. The rich, the powerful, the mighty, all shall be crushed under the weight of my ire. A grand design for a group of 6. Even if we manage to muster others to our side, there is a limit to what we can accomplish. I regret to say you are right. At present, we are bound and powerless. That is why, in order to raise our fists against our oppressors, we must find the strength to shatter our shackles. And in so doing, we shall become unbound, like the birds soaring up above. We shall take flight and spread our wicked wings and stain the azure skies black. It's just like Endwalker. Ah, but sometimes skies become treacherous with clouds, and even birds must rest. You speak of finding strength. Is that why we are here? To look for it? If so, then I pledge my aid. With newfound might at my beck and call, I shall win adoration known only by a hero. Your eagerness is heartening, and you are correct. The tools to make our goal a reality lay in Toral. Across this continent can be found certain artifacts which possess untold power. Did you say artifacts? Oh, I sense an adventurous hunt for instruments of devilry ahead. My imagination is overflowing with images of the new forms my trickery might take. I dare say the world is not ready. Well, yes, to get to the heart of the matter, the objects are held by the desperate tribes which make their homes in the Toral continent, where they have been passed down through generations as sacred treasures. Whatever stories these people have attached to their so-called treasures matters not. Each contain the essence of a fearsome beast called Toral Vidrol, and with them in our possession, we shall be able to stand. None shall be able to stand against us. We shall take the objects for ourselves, bring them across the sea, and use them to undermine the nations far and wide. That means by which you each choose to do so, I leave in your hands. I only ask that you do not disappoint. She's acting like Sashera. If Sashera was a Viera, this would be Sashera as a Viera. I take it there are no questions? Then let the passage of the unbound open onto the world. We begin at once. Are they all women? Oh wait, no, one of them is a dude because they had a mustache. They didn't order a single thing. I just love how she, like, points as if we're gonna see the azure skies, and instead she just gets fucking rainfall. That's the long and short of it. What do you think? They left without ordering anything? Villainous indeed. It's right there in their name. They're unbound by manners and respect, and they won't be welcome back here anytime soon. You, on the other hand, can stay as long as you like. What did I... Of course, we had a duty to report what we heard to the Landsguard. We did, but it didn't make a damn difference, because soon we learned those unwelcome guests had teeth. Not long ago, one individual from a remote tribe came here seeking help recovering a stolen relic. Then another came with the same story. Then another, and so on. By the time we realized the passage of the Unbound was a real threat, they had one and all made their way across the sea with their ill-gotten gains. Each tribe has sent one of their own to recover what was lost, but being in strange lands, they are at disadvantage. That's why I've been looking for someone who knows every corner of Eorzea and beyond. Now, I know your business in Toral, or else you wouldn't be here in the first place. But if you could take the time to hear Ral Majun out, you'd be doing a service to many who would really use a helping hand. Hi! Ah. Greetings! Allow me to thank you personally for lending your assistance in this matter. We've been quite desperate for someone suitable. Greetings, Ra Maljun. At the risk of becoming a daily nuisance, I must ask, have there been any developments you might share? A nuisance? Why, perish the thought. You've come just in time. In fact, none other than the vaunted Grant has agreed to aid in the search. Finally, a fortunate turn. So long as our sacred treasures are in wicked hands, our home shall know no peace. To say nothing of the danger they pose to other nations. If these thieves really do intend to stir up chaos across the seas, then you had better depart on the next ship. But before you do, it might be proper to introduce you to those who have come to Uliol in search of aid. Loanzikiwi. Loanzikiwi there goes from a village far to the north. A single warrior cannot hope to withstand the power of her tribe's relic, so she requires a stout protector, someone that can be leaned upon when times are darkest. The heirloom that Nipane must recover afflicts terrible maladies upon its victims. He seeks someone who commands great healing magics to counteract this effect. Bunny girl! The search for Shashpea's tribal treasure has been entrusted to a peerless hunter. She requires someone to act as a frontline fighter who can distract her targets while her bow takes deadly aim. And lastly, there is Tushi, who knows little about her people's ancient artifact aside that it must not fall into the wrong hands. She seeks a mage of great power, but anything beyond on that lies shrouded in mystery. Aren't you forgetting someone, Rulja? Your crisis is just as pressing, even if you won't say so yourself. Rulja hails from further south than even Mamuk, and has traveled many days and nights in search of someone who can strike down their prey from afar. It's the only way to escape the effects of this village's treasure. Did I get that right? Indeed, indeed. I do get so forgetful in my old age. Thank you, Rol Majin. 5 tribes, 5 stolen treasures. All are waiting for the aid of a brave soul. Hopefully that can be you, Grant. Of course, I share all that I know on the matter. You only need ask. And know that I will not hold it against you should you choose to assist only those from whom your talents are best suited. So long as you do what you can, the people of Toral and maybe even further will be in your debt. Dun, 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 dun. You have gained access to the role quest for Dawntrail. A separate quest line and story is now available for tank, melee DPS, physical range DPS, magical range DPS, and healer role. Speak with the people of Toral gathered in Zabeliatai and assist them with recovering their stolen treasures. Yay! What level are they expecting me to be? Okay, so that's for the melee DPS, and you have to be at least level 90. Oh, there's my quest. There she is. I was really hoping I could get the bunny girl, but okay, fine. We'll go with normal girl. The narwhal beckons. Narwhal, narwhal, swimming in the ocean, causing a lot of commotion, because they are so awesome. Narwhal, narwhal, pretty big and pretty wide, they beat up a polar bear in a fight. The young woman gazes into the horizon with a troubled expression. Oh, hello. Judging by your attire, you must be the traveler from across the seas. Then I suppose Brooke Evu has enlisted you to our aid. That you were guided here safely must be the work of the brave Narwhal, who remains watchful even in this dire time. We are ever grateful for its vigilance. My name is MSQ, and I hail from the northern reaches of Zoktoral, where even our breath freezes when caught in the chilling winds. Our people revere a Toral Vidral of the Narwhal, whose essence rests in the cradle of the sleepless, our most sacred treasure. Through fathomless depths it swam without rest, protecting its home from any who would do it harm. Legends tell that the Narwhal could place the burden of its fatigue upon another, and thus was able to maintain its vigil night and day. So too can any who possess the cradle lull a person, willing or no, into a deep slumber, all while avoiding the need for sleep themselves. Needless to say, such power could cause untold harm in the wrong hands. Thus was the greatest warrior of our village, Tentowawa, tasked with crossing the ocean and returning that which is most sacred to us. Nice work on the on the CPU cooler, Hendrix. I'd have joined him, but I feared I would only be a burden, so I remained here that I might find someone to send to his aid. Tentowawa has ever rushed bravely and blindly into the thick of things, leaving me behind to watch and worry. But if there's anything I can do to help him, even a little, then I must ask. Baruch Evu has done well to send you to me. and I can tell you are just the man to temper his more reckless tendencies and keep him safe during his quest. As luck would have it, a letter from Tentoawa arrived shortly before you did. It seems he discovered that the thief made their way to a place called Ishgard. While I don't doubt his prowess, even Tentoawa would be rendered helpless before the narwhal's lullaby. Please, could you follow him to Ishgard and find him before he does anything rash? Ishgard is like a second home to me, especially since I got kicked out of my original home because of the Crystal Braves taking over our operations and pinning the murder of the Sultana upon us, in which case we had to run away, and so we ran away to Ishgard, a hyper-religious America. Thank you, Grant. I knew the Nara would guide a brave protector to our side. Tentoawa sails to an unfamiliar place, but despite his nasty nature, he'd doubtless spend time gathering information about his new surroundings before planning his next step. If Ishgard has a place like this one, where people gather to drink and talk, he might go there first. Ask for a swordsman with blue hair and attire like mine, and I'm sure it won't be long until you find him. Hi there, unnamed. Touching the burrito? Why are you touching Doritos? Also, I had a burrito for lunch. Actually, correction, I had 2 burritos for lunch. I like burrito. Oh, hello. Jesus. Foxy. Oh wait, I can just teleport to where I need to go to from... Man, isn't it funny that I'm doing a Dark Knight in Ishgard again? We're doing it again, chat. Alright, it's not a mechanist. We need to talk about the narwhal. Burrito! Yes. I had 2 burritos for lunch. It was delicious. Spicy. And now we have to go talk to a blue-haired protagonist. Wherever the fuck he is. Hello, I'm looking for a blue-haired protagonist. If it isn't Grant, what would it be? A lad from the Western Continent? Well, I can't be going around gossiping about the comings and goings of my customers now, can I? That's a quick way to an empty tavern. But I suppose since it's you... I can make an exception just this once. A lad much like the one you described walked through my door not long ago, was asking anyone whose ear he could bend about some stolen narwhal or some such he was after. Usually you buy someone a drink before interrogating them, but not him. Nobody knew what he was going on about, but he was determined, asking where else in Ishgard people might gather to flap their lips. So I told him to head to the Jeweled Crozier. If you leave now, I reckon he'll still be there. You'll know him when you see him. Trust me. Alright, so I gotta trust him. Oh, hang on. Bills. Wait, no, not the level 1s. The level 2s. The level 3s. And the weekly level 4. That's gonna be more likely an off-stream sort of thingy-majiggy. Alright, so we need to use this Aether thingy-majiggy and head to the Jeweled Crozier. Jewels. Oh wait, hang on a second. My retainers are done with their mission. There, nothing new there. Sell items in your inventory. There is nothing really worth selling, quite frankly. Ha! Now that was a venture for the ages. Man, I have 9 million... Oh yeah, there was a burrito ASMR earlier in the stream, unnamed, at like 1 p.m. Yeah, that looks like him. That looks like the kid. Bunch of useless... By the narwhal's horn, you'd think manners keep people warm for how desperately these people cling to them. And here I'm trying to rid their city of a thief. Yes? It seems you know me. But I don't think I've ever seen you before. I'd remember. Loenzeweki sent you? Even across oceans you can sense when I'm in trouble. Well, I won't deny a helping hand, especially one with her blessing. I'm having no luck getting information from these people. Seems there are unwritten rules regarding favors that no one's bothered to tell me. I know the thief traveled here, but that's where the trail runs cold. I thought it's only be a matter of time until they use the cradle to commit some misdeed or another, but it seems nothing is amiss within or without Ishgard's walls. I have only a description to go on, although it's availed me nothing so far. A woman of a race known in this land as Elizin. She has striking red hair and eyes the color of rust. A scar dominates her forehead, and a mole rests upon her lip. She came to my village posing as a scholar with an interest in the cradle. Although she gave us a name, I know now it was a lie, just like everything else that spewed from her mouth. The bounty of meat, vegetables, and fruit she offered was worth its weight in gold to us. After the cold snap we suffered last year, we couldn't afford to turn her away. But looking back, I realize how brazen her deception was. Although she wore the robes of a scholar, she moved with the poise of a predator. I marked her as a fearsome warrior the moment I lay eyes on her. Of course, she wouldn't have been able to travel so far north on her own if she was unseasoned, so I thought nothing of it at the time. It was my first misstep of many. That's all I know. It's not much, but you see even the smallest scrap of a clue in there, it'd be a damn sight better than what I currently have. Huh. Few scholars study in Ishgard without passing through the Astrologicum. I see your point, but her guise as a scholar was only meant to win our trust. I doubt she's a woman of learning. Then we go to the Knights of the Congregation. Knights, was it? I suppose that's what you call these deadly-looking fellows clad in steel. Yes, you may be onto something there, but where would we find one willing to speak? No. At their barracks? Near the tavern? I know the way. I'll meet you there. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Bow. Excuse me. Excuse me. Why, Master Zeebs? What brings you to the congregation? This Passage of the Unbound is not a name I have heard before, but if one of their numbers had brought an artifact of great power to Ishgard, we would be ill-advised to suffer their presence. We shall act on this information at once. If there is aught that would threaten the peace, then it is our duty to root it out. Consider the Knights of the Congregation at your disposal. Thank you for hearing us out, truly. Now, does anything about the description we shared ring a bell? An Elizin woman with red hair and eyes the color of rust. Wait! You said she bore a scar on her forehead, yes? And a mole, no? Could not be. You know who she is? Well, such information is usually privy only to those within our order. Pray understand my hesitation. What? Weren't you listening to anything we told you? She's too dangerous to be left alone. This isn't the time for secrecy. I know I'm a stranger in your city, but I can't stand by while innocent lives might be at risk. If you can't trust Tentowawa, then trust me. You are right, of course. If the hero who ended the Dragonsong War is not worthy of our trust, then who is? Very well. Master Tentowawa, pray accept my apologies. Although you may not be Ishgardian, your desire to keep its people safe is plain to see. We shall place our trust in you, as Master Zeebs has. I'm glad we can see eye to eye. Now then, what do you know of this thief? Your description called back some old memories. Memories of a knight named Leofen. Merely recalling her story makes me ill at ease, for the mark she left upon our honorable order was black as pitch. None know of her whereabouts since she was expelled from the congregation. I had thought living with the shame of her deeds would be punishment enough, but if she now consorts with villains that threaten the very foundation of order, then 'tis clear we can suffer her freedom no longer. I shall inform my superiors of this development, and suggest that the congregation does all in its power to track down Leofen and place her in custody. If we learn aught of value, I promise to share it with you at once. Really? That's more than we could have asked. I suppose we ought to consider what to do in the meantime. Care to join me over there, Grant? Next mission! Where is it? Bork. Bork, bork. My own unfamiliarity does little to help our chances. We may have no choice but to wait until the knights discover a lead. Nevertheless, I intend to spend every waking moment learning more about this city and its workings. As for you, I only ask that you be ready to move at a moment's notice. Until then, be well. 92. Oh, damn it, I can't complete this quest as I am. I'll leave you for later. Going back to the warrior now. Granted, like, my warrior is fairly strong. Bork. Jazz music. Also, what the fuck is up with that guy? Oh. Soren Kaloheim. You good, bro? You good, bro? He's wearing level 90 gear, but then he's like done in the thing to make it just like, god damn you. So look at this tiny person. Nani? Also, check out this weapon. Look at it do that. Isn't that cool? I'm so glad that the Final Fantasy doesn't like do an item for like weapons. They do them for costumes, sure, but it's like it's never for weapons. Master Rupley, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Fontaine has agreed to sign the Pot Pact, yes? While it is a shame to lose a capable goldsmith, to have one of our own hand-picked to serve the Third Promise is a great honor for Wakumeki. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know other talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, I hope you send them my way. It could even be yourself if you're so inclined. I'll keep that in mind. Though my time here was brief, I will not forget your kindness, Master Rupley. I am blessed to have these workshops be my first home in Tololoroi. Come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job at Wakumeki. I expect you'll want to leave for Earthen Shrine as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. What became of John Fongenot? Were you able to find him? We did, and since he's agreed to become a potsworn, we'll leave when he's ready, but you still have a little time. Splendid. We shall meet you anon. I had plenty of reasons to visit the contest, to win the contest, but now I have one more. Fontain's putting his faith in me, and I won't let him down. Yay, and we get ourselves some pants for the troubles as well. You may now unlock deliveries for Wakumeki, speak to Rupley, and pursue new endeavors as you progress through the rite of succession. Disciple of Land, radio. Right then. I have some things to take care of at the palace. While you can pass the time however you like, I'd suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need to rest, and we still have a big journey ahead of us. Sorry, I just need to desync some stuff. Don't mind me. Crystal. Cerveza Crystal. I don't know if those are not being used or not. I do not remember getting that jacket. Cerveza Crystal. Yep, okay, I know where I need to go. Yeah! Why did you think I had lunch only like an hour ago? It was lunchtime for me. You should be checking the clock a little more often there, Jack. Welcome back, sir. You've had a Landsguard messenger most anxiously waiting for your return. Grant of the Third promises entourage? I've been all over the city looking for you. The Dawn servant summons you to the palace. You are to present yourself to the gate guard stationed outside Sunperch at your earliest convenience. Oh, and one more thing. You are not to mention this visit to Wuklamat. Aha. Sus. Giant doors, let's go. Actually, you know what? Let's crack these two things open. Alright, what does it look like? So, hang on a second. So we're wearing... Not bad, not bad. Not bad. Very ropey. Sage! How dare you steal my shirt? You're mega craving Rusty? It might be your birthday too, but that's not important right now. Happy birthday, Jack! That is important. Having a birthday is important. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. All together now. Happy birthday, dear Jack the Crow. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack. The Dawn servant awaits you within. While I was not informed of the reason for your audience in terms of attire, I would suggest full battle regalia. Oh joy. Yep, I knew it was a good idea to put on the pants and legs they gifted me.
Forgive me this sudden summons. When I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city, I couldn't resist the opportunity.
Aha. Bork. Daddy wants a piece of bun? I'm gonna be fighting him.
And they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne.
Aha.
And I've been craving a proper challenge. The Lance Road. Palestinian. He fought well enough, but our bout was ended before a victor could be decided.
Seriously,
Meeps? Sailor's gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland.
Yes, that is true.
Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me?
Why don't we find out?
A spirited answer. Why not indeed? The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course. But expect no other mercies. Come! Ready your arms and show me the truth of the tales.
Lives.
Give it your all! I want to fight to remember!
Yeah, no kidding, you're strong.
This the waters. Ha ha! They didn't even blink. Have you ever fought a viper?
No, this is new for me.
Let's see how you handle this.
Ooh, that was cool. Damn it, wasn't.
The spearman did not lie. Very well then.
Ow! Shit! Give me a button mashing moment, please. I'm sorry, what?
All right.
You just gonna throw a sun at me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Did you think you had my measure?
Gonna be real with you, it was pretty fucking scary. Oh, oh, I see what's going on here.
Still holding up?
Oop, hello.
We're far from finished.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, why is there multiples of you? Good, I remembered how to count. Jesus Christ, we haven't even gone halfway.
Hold him back. Stay alert.
These are some crazy fucking powers.
You fight well indeed.
Oh, god damn you. Alright, so that's one, and that's two. Alright, let's not die, please. Let's get our HP back up.
You really are formidable.
Thank you. I'll do my best. Oh, fuck.
Now we'll see what you're truly made of.
Shit. Ow. Uh-oh. Fuck. No. No, 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 no. I didn't click it fast enough. My mouse got stuck. Fuck. That was close.
That will do. You've shown me more than enough.
Oh. My mouse was stuck. Because I normally do this thing where I like move it into like in the middle, like I move it here. But the problem is that when I moved it here, I got it. It was off the mouse point, and so I had to. And I was trying to move it into the blaze, but then it meant like bumping into the keyboard.
First to withstand it.
Hmm.
Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble. Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with.
Jesus, that head is just sleepy as fuck. Is there something wrong with that head? Like, it's gotta be more than just asleep at this point.
Now, a confession. I said I crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here.
Did you now?
I had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter.
Okay.
In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your adamant defense could shield Lamati from those who would do her harm. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliyola, but a concerned father.
Okay. I'll see if the options will give me that.
Thank you. Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamati? Whether it be as their promise or just a companion on the road. Speak your mind.
I think she's wonderful. It's no, like, I'm gonna be real with you. This part here of, like, she's not ready to rule, that is true. But the thing is that there is such a huge emphasis on the yet. Like, if anything, if this journey is telling me anything, it's that it is leading her towards it. She is getting trained, like, in ways that wouldn't have been, like, explicitly done within the halls of like this, like the Sun Keep or what have you. She is learning more about her citizens as she goes out and about than she has in the years prior when she was here, trained by the Resolute and the Resolve. Like, she's getting far closer to it, journeying with us, than if she was to just, you know, sit here and wait for another one to do it. I think the young but she has potential is like really truthful though, because like she is like, come on, she's getting fucking sick. She's getting sick on the boat. Oh, she's having like really like just, you know, that whole juvenile thing of like rushing to prove oneself and like not having the fortitude to understand that the measures of herself are not measured against people. She's young, but there's potential there, honestly. She's willing to grow, and what's more is that this journey is doing that for her.
A tactful response, but agreed. She is not ready for the throne. Not yet.
Hey, Danny, welcome to the stream.
Lama T thinks she understands our many peoples, their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital. And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized. As potential rulers, all 4 claimants are lacking.
Yep. Each of them are lacking a fundamental.
This is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one.
That's clever.
And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne.
That is
As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion.
Look, that's...
With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow. I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures, loved them and being loved in turn. Guide Lama Chi as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
Choice words there.
I knew it.
Huh? What did you know? Oh, hi.
There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you.
I didn't tell anyone, I swear.
You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
Yes, you missed the part of me sparring against, Gajul.
I see there is no point in denying it.
Galul.
You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries.
I will be real with you, it was pretty fun. I didn't like the raining fire one. I didn't properly understand that one.
No harm done.
I had like a bit of a hard time remembering where the dots were
just as
dropping.
I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
Heavens forbid he fights Alizé. Or Alphino, for that matter. It's a delayed AoE. It's a new mechanic they added. Ah, I understood it was a delayed AoE, but I was having trouble remembering where the dots were. Because, like, when they disappeared and shit the first time, and then I walked over to the spot and then get hit afterwards, I was like, oh, so I had to wait for the thing. But so when I saw it the second and third time, I was like, okay, I don't remember where the first wave was.
Kuna's recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Galuf's countrymen.
Galuf?
They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset. The other two, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
Interesting that it's the younger of the promises, like the second and third promise, that came to that conclusion of like, we had like their companions coming from the exterior. Granted, this could be a case of, you know, the only reason they like know about that is because, you know, we're all Asian, or we're all Scions previously, so we've already had like the round the world tour experience that you couldn't have gotten unless you gone around the world. But hey, if he had his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now, I know of only 3 people who didn't need to be carried away about their bouts. Zorul Jah, your lance-wielding friend Estinian, and yourself. You really do live up to your fearsome reputation. I'm curious, though. Did Papa want anything else of you? A small favor, nothing more. Well, if that's all it was... Yes, that's all it was. Alright, time to put on the boots! Click. Where's my booties? Ethereum, 1750. There we go. That completes the ensemble. That looks pretty cool. And this gives me the gloves. I still hadn't one bite of Namika's food thanks to Papa's nonsense, so I'm going back to finish my plate before I head out. I'd otherwise ask everyone to meet at the foreign cabins. Come and join us after you've had a moment to recover, eh? So yeah. Oh, looks like someone's about Kitty Nyan. Kitty Nyan. Oh my god, like they're not part of any guild, they've at the barest minimum? The shit? They haven't done an adventure. Oh, okay, so maybe they're proper fresh-faced. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Let me jump. Welcome back, Sashara. You do like the 92 fending set? The 92 fending set, like, I'm gonna be real with you, though. This not like maybe you'll see this like better than me, Sashara, but is it me or does the 92 fending set look like something from Shadowbringers? Or is all fending sets being this sort of, you know, disheveled knight look? So look at the abs. Ah! It's very similar to the Dark Souls set for Tombstones and Shadowbringers. Okay, so it isn't just me then. That's good. And I absolutely missed the fucking Aether Current that was all the way over there. God fucking damn it. God damn it. I'm not familiar with this place. Await your companions and continue with the rite of succession? Yes, please. I know we have role quests we can do, but I'd rather do them when the rest of my tank classes are more at the 95, 96 area, same as my main tank warrior. Oh, hello. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Is that... You're all set to go? I left Eorzea prepared to travel in search of work, so I had few belongings to begin with. Bidding farewell to my fellow artisans took rather a long time, however. Again, I appreciate you making this commitment, Fontaine. Shall we depart for Earthenshire, then? A word before you go. Huh? Look, Evu, what are you doing here? Ah! I spent my days correcting manners, and here I am perpetrating the grave offense of delaying the third partner's departure. Please, take up your axe and rend my flesh onto taco meat. Must your demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you that kind of thing doesn't bother me. Alright then. I won't let it bother me either. What was that all about? I'd come to the city to purchase supplies when I spotted your entourage getting ready to leave. You seek the City of Gold, if I'm not mistaken. That's right. It's the final step of the rite of succession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. Then allow me to be of service. As you know, legends of the Golden City have been passed down in Tyrol for 1,000 years. Yet, when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not always agree. Some portray it as one might expect, a glittering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest it's more unamusing and owes the name to a fabulous treasure hidden at its heart. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The lesson to be learned from this third promise is that to seek the legend is to court death. I must implore you to proceed with the utmost care. That is all I wish to say. I shall pray for your safe journey. Thank you, Wokamu. I really want the like, we had to learn a greeting where it was like, Lalakihe or something like that, and you had to do like this hand gesture as well when you did it. I really wish that was an emote we could do. What are we to make of these cautionary tales? If every expedition has ended in tragedy, how did the Dawn Servant find the city and return without incident? It seems the legend originated with the Yoku. Speaking with them remains our strongest lead, I find. A lead we shall follow in time, but first, let us see Fontaine's safety into the Moblin's care. You feel like it will be in an emote with the Beast Tribes? They tend to do that. Oh, so they've not yet released the Beast Tribes for this patch? No, they must have released the Beast Tribe quests at this point. Huh. Meanwhile, in Kozamuwaka...
Finding a willing artisan was even easier than expected. Many indeed are eager to curry favor with the Resilient Sun, especially if it means sharing the promise of new territories.
Those who prove useful will have all the land they desire.
That is a dangerous promise there. People's desire can be grander than those.
Yet the manner in which he speaks them. If neither wealth nor territory are of value, wherefore does he seek to bring the world to heel?
Meanwhile, this artisan lady is just like, bitch, I just want my... She just wants her bills paid.
Step aside.
Remind me, There was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants. Was there?
You are stepping in some dangerous territory there.
Do not be foolish, Bakul Jaja.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones. And besides, it's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head. The Dawn Servant may have sired you against all odds, but there is nothing blessed about your birth. Only a two-head is fit to rule. Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon! Face me in battle, and learn your place.
Okay, is one of them gonna fail? I don't...
A moment, first promise. Leave him alive, if you would. I foresee a use for this nuisance.
Okay, but the first promise still... Now you're just giving him more problems.
Too scared to make the first move?
Oh man, please don't be a war criminal later. I just want to make rent this week.
Then allow me!
Uh-oh. Ooh. Good stun. Good stun.
But he's just a runt.
He's a runt that's taken on bigger things than you, pal.
My thanks for your restraint. I can kill him whenever I please.
And you've demonstrated that now with this. I thought there was going to be a long contested battle here. Like, it would just cut from this and we wouldn't know until, like, the next quest or two, but... Yeah, that's humbled him very quick.
Your part in this is far from over.
I don't like where you're insinuating, though. That's the odd part. Sorry, just scratching my head. Just knocked him straight down a few pegs right then and there. Absolutely. Yep, he did. Like, let's be real. He did. And what's more is he's probably, like, you know, made it so that only allies that are interested in being protected by what he has strength in as the only peeps. But the problem is that, yeah, if he goes up against anyone bigger than himself, then it's like most people won't trust in him. And no one that feels like they can do better than him wants to join him now. He's kind of shrunk in his level of influence. Whereas with Wuklamot here, she's not limited her allies from like one sort of side or another, so long as it's all in the name of peace. We're back, and we've brought with us a willing potsword. This is Fallen Jontine, a talented swordsmith who once worked at Eshtame's Aesthetics in Ul'dah. Wonderful, impressive. You are the first to return, third promise. And with an artisan from across the salt, no less. We welcome you and your unique skills to Earthenshire. Help Hand will show you to the work pot. I like these moblins. They have like a different looking thing. This is it then. I look forward to hearing you proclaim Dawn Servant. Thank you, Jean. How do I say this name? Because I keep thinking Jean, but it's at the start, but it's not. It's not Jean at the start.
Fontaine.
Fontaine. Thank you, Fontaine. I'll be sure not to disappoint you. Damn, I look cool. Yeah. You have met the requirements of the Feat of Pots. Rediquar presents your keystone with joy, smiles, and well-wishing. Oh, hey, we got a little gem. Ooh, piece of candy. Nom, 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 nom. I'm gonna be real, though. They look like fucking candies in the hand. It's just like, ooh, piece of candy. I don't remember if this is mentioned as part of the MSQ or side quest, but before Gulul Jaja, the Moblins kidnapped people. It's probably a side quest, I'm gonna be real with you. More Potsworn candidates? Come, come, tell Ready Rock your tales. Another feat accomplished. Another keystone acquired. Oh ho ho ho! You are doing well. I expect nothing less of Zoral Jah's esteemed siblings. Your cleverness in particular is most admirable, Sacred Promise. We must have you apply that Charlian knowledge you so cherish and arm Tyrol with weapons of Magitech design. In your role as the new Dawn Servant's chief advisor, of course. The tools of war hold no interest for me. I wish only to improve our nation through practical innovations. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength once Tulareal is known for its advanced technology. Just as the Garlean Empire was deterred from invading Charlian. That may well be true, but how long will it take Tulareal to progress to this advanced state? How many years? With a collective commitment to education and hard work, it should not take so very... Your way is too slow. Easier to expand our territories and swallow Charlian whole. Conquer other nations through force of arms, and you're looking at a future of uprisings and bloodshed. Yours wouldn't be the first failed empire. Then we keep fighting, until the mounting cause convinces them to lay down their weapons, until all have grown tired of loss. How would such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery of peace. Reddit work is reminded of days long ago. In the time before Tulareal, there were no pot packs for the Potsworn. It was normal to Hey, this is the part that Sashera spoiled me on. Sashera spoiled this for me. Look at that. Don't remember if it's part of the MSQ or side quest, but before Gul Jah. Yeah, she spoiled it for me. In the times before Tulareal, there was no pot packs for the Potsworn. It was normal to grab snatch artisans and force them to work for mobbies. Mobbies. Until the day of Gulul Jaja arrived, the families of the grab snatch pleaded with him, and so he came to Earthenshire. Mobbies are not a warm-make people. We feared death had come for us, but Gulul Jaja just wanted to talk. Be at ease. We are here to trade words, not blows. The gold work crafted in this village is superb. One can tell at a glance the quality of materials used, the mastery of technique employed. Yet it does not stir the heart. The goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirit is devoid of luster. Ooh, that's a good line. That's a good line. The goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirit is devoid of luster. Compare that now to the works of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creations, and they shine like the newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true? And so began the custom of good living. Happy pots sworn make good works, and good works make mobbies happy. Good old mobbies. Galoo Jaja's words were wise. Joy's smiles did indeed bring fine craft and much jingly shine. So, the head of reason was behind the forging of pot packs? Yes, reason and clever mind changed Mobby's way of life. The first promise tires of your talks of olden days. He would rather look to the future and the next feat. Ugh. Ugh. We should be getting on as well. Bakul Jaja never did come back, did he? Do you have a moment, Third Promise? Rakorok would repay you for helping handing with Kahi. He brings a tale of the Golden City. Ooh. Really? I'd love to hear it. The towers, the streets, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, every splendor you can imagine. The young, the old, and everyone in between. They live in golden happiness, a city of eternal bliss, forever perched above the clouds. Everything fashioned from gold, eh? Just imagine everyone living in golden happiness. And now that's a city I'd like to visit. I'm sorry, but every time I see the fucking Lalafels, like, make their movements, they look like babies trying to look serious. I need to get, like, they're just, like, doing that fucking, like, arm thingy-madiggy where they're just like, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, Rariko. Where did you hear that particular tale? From our longtime, your cool friends. They live up in the mountains in Urquopaka. Urquopaka. The giants again. Seems everything is pointing us their way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about the Moblin way of life. I'd be sad to leave Earthenshire and your joy smiles behind. It's an interesting way of changing things around and doing so in a way that makes everyone happy. Rather than kidnap people, why don't you hire them? Right. We should go and see the giants next. Agreed. Golden mysteries notwithstanding, their village is featured prominently in the saga and is not to be ignored. The Uropaka Highlands should be easy enough to reach from here. If we leave Earthenshire from the west, there's a road which leads up into the mountains. Let's find that first. Up. So we got all the yellow ticks there. Northwest. So somewhere up there. Alright, hang on a second. Alright, let's see if we can get to... So hopefully that one gives a bonus. And oh my god, people are going through it. Shit! They're moving very quickly through that, aren't they? Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck! Let me in, let me in, let me in. Ah! Oh, that's a big mole. Help me, please. Help me. Oh yeah, I should probably have grit. Yay! I got gold for that one! Yay! I didn't fuck that one up. Where's the next save of compass? 151 to the southwest. Okay, so it's this way-ish. I should be able to see it somewhere. 100 to the south. Oh, cool. So it's literally just going down that path. Cool. Awesome. Where's my motorcycle? There's my motorcycle. Look at me like doing my little leans. He leans. Oh, seriously? There's like no other... God damn you. Alright, Aether Current! How many Aether Currents do I need in this area? Kozu. I need... Oop. 3 more and 3 quests. Okay. 1,600... Seriously? Oh my god, it must be like somewhere down there. God damn it. Ah, excuse me, nose. No, don't chase after me, please. Thankfully, I can outpace them. Might as well do the sting operation if I can. Oh yeah, this thing has like no healing. There is, like, no healing tricks for me. Damn it! Where's my mouse? There it is. Damn. I've fallen. I can't. Okay, which one of my things restores HP? So the third ability restores HP so long as it's comboed into it. Unmend reduces the recast time of Shadow Strike. To all nearby enemies, increasing MP. This so increases enmity, increases MP. Restores MP. Restores MP. Reduces damage, creates a barrier. Comboed from Unleash to restore MP and increases the blood gauge. Increases damage, Blood gauge nonsense. Conjures a simulacrum. God damn it. Someone there. Please, just one of you heal me. They probably can't see me in the fucking, like... Oh, thank Christ. There's so... Thank you, Sorrow! Thank you. Thank you. And she just gets dragged by a fairy. Well, I got a hug. Did I get any experience? I got 500,000 experience, so... It worked, kind of. But yeah. I am most certainly going to need to, like... up some of the levels of my classes and what have you, so... Because, yeah, Dark Knight and Gunbreaker are going to need to be increased in level to, like... I'm probably going to try and get all of them to 95, I think might be a good one to do, or at least 93. Alright, Wook Lamont. What brave words do you have for us, Wook Lamont? Looks like the trail is going to get steep from here on. Hope everyone is ready for some climbing. Third promise! I'm glad I caught you. Reddy Rook asked me to bring you back to the village. She says there's something she forgot to give you. Huh? Something other than the keystones? Yes, an item of great importance, or so I was told. It shouldn't take long if you would please follow me. Weird, okay. Wonder what this is all about. Well, no need for everyone to come. I'll be back in a little while. Nah, something suspicious. Something suspicious. I don't trust that. I don't trust that. That's... Do I not have the option to just run back to the shrine? Grr. Grr. Although there's an advertisement that's going to be running soon, so I'm going to do a little run around. So then that way we're not going through the story during all the during all the advertisements. Tomato. Crystal. Cervesta Crystal. $800 malms to the east, so... I don't remember this place. Cracked cistern. Don't remember seeing your face here before. Perhaps you'd like to throw a little bit around the place. What kind of place is this? We call it the Cracked Cistern. It's a community for artisans who used to work for the Moblins, but for whatever reason they ended their contracts early. Whoever came up with that name must have had a sense of humor about the whole thing. Where the damaged goods from the kingdoms of Earthenshire, the busted flushes. Huh. Interesting spot, say the least. Alrighty then. Just gotta say, the way you were making fun of Lala's, just as my duty pops and gets... It's nothing but Lala's. Look, it's... Look, I'm not a racist or something, but I will always shit on Lalafells in this fucking game, okay? It's just all... I'm always gonna shit on Lalafells. No... Oh, that's a terrible way to start a sentence, isn't there? I'm not a racist, but... Ah! Alright. Oh, look, Lalafell. See how they do their... Anyway. This is taking quite a while. Just keep waiting for now, I suppose. I'm telling you, something's happened to Wooklamut. And they're all just sitting here. You can't start sentences like that. Not after the ad people come back. Yes, you're right. Valid. Perhaps there were complications. Well, let us wait a little longer. This is getting a little ridiculous. Did she get lost on her way back to find us? But how? There's only one road. I wouldn't underestimate Wooklamut's sense of direction. Or lack thereof. Fortunately, she has a link pearl. Let's see what's keeping her, shall we? She's not responding. Perhaps we should all return to Earthenshire. 'Twas Redirock who had business with her, yes? Yep. Jump, jump, jump. Back again so soon? We've come looking for Wuklamot. Did you not send someone to fetch her? Redirock did not. Neither has she seen the third promise since you were last here. Then who was the man who came for her? Oh, I thought you left already. Where is Lamati? Is she not with you? You don't know where she is? How could you let this happen? That thou shouldn't worry for thy sister is understandable, yet rather than assign blame, thine energies are better spent on locating her. I will help you search. This is not how I'd wished a fellow claimant to lose the contest, my sister least of all. In that case, dividing our forces will allow us to cover more ground. Grant and I should work together at least, the better to facilitate the communication between our groups. Then the rest of us will split up. Report in should you find anything. Ah! We'll be on our way as well. Right. Keep in touch. Come, we should begin our search. Alright, let me put on my gloves. Gotta put on the gloves. If Lamati was returning to Earthenshire from the west, then she should have passed through here, except Redirock swears she didn't see her, in which case 'tis entirely possible that Lamati's never made it back to the village at all. The only way to be certain is to ask the sentry station at the opposite entrance. Blah. Blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah. I had something in my throat and I was just like, blah. As I was clearing my throat, I was just like, blah. 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 The third promise? Mobby has been standing at his post with diligent eye-watching. He has not seen no claimants pass this way. What of a Tonawata with brightly colored hair? Mobby knows something of this one. He hears tongue flaps about a Pelu peddler in many fires who was attacked by a crazy hair bandit on the road. A bandit, you say? Thank you. You've been most helpful. My sister is clearly not here, though I wish it were otherwise. We must consider the possibility that the Tonawatan messenger and the brigand described by the sentry are one and the same, and that Lalamati is in very real danger. Come, let us hurry to many fires. I'd like to word with their peddler should they still be around. Oh, fuck that. We're gonna... Oh, wait, no, hang on. We might actually bump into our little, what's-in-a-hoozy thing. There it is. Sprint swimming. Alrighty, compass. 225 to the southwest. Granted, I've been taking a very long way to get to What's-a-Mahoozy place, but we're so close to getting through all the we only need like 2 more. 1 more after we find this one. The fuck is this place? There it is. Bah. Wah. God damn you. Bork. Probably somewhere up there, no doubt. Bork. No hole. Shut up. Do not. Sorry, just stretching. No, I have not seen Dazzy's new TTS bot. I wasn't aware that Dazzy had a TTS bot, to be real with you. Was there something I could help you with? I'm told you were the victim of a bandit attack. Could you recount exactly what happened? My goodness, I thought I recognized you. I'll tell you everything I remember, second promise. It was that scoundrel Wawexa who ambushed me. You know the name of your attacker? There's no mistaking that hair. All my peddler friends have stories of that notorious bandit leader and his predations. Waweska and his gang will stoop to any low for the sake of a few pel, and with no fresh quarry coming up the broken stairs, they've had to become more creative. Little wonder he went after Lamatia. He likely thinks to ransom her for a royal sum. Send it to me in the clips and videos channel of my Discord. I expect he'll soon make his demands, but I don't intend to wait. We'll find this villain first and deliver his deserved payment in person. What say you to a small deception? I will assume the role of a well-to-go merchant to lure Wawexa out of hiding. Then, when he comes sniffing about, we catch the rat by the tail. An excellent plan, and I have just the right garments for your disguise, at a specifically discounted price, of course. A brush with bandits hasn't dampened your mercantile spirit, I see. Very well, I accept your generous deal. I love how it matches his hair. Now we lay the bait. I will precede you into the many fires to make my presence known. You follow on behind, boasting to those along the way how you paid me a hefty purse in exchange for a rare gemstone or some such. In Waxia,
Waxa.
If Waxa is a coin hungry as they say, then a recently enriched peddler should be an irresistible mark. We let him strike, and then we spring our trap. Time to play our parts. Follow, lead, and try not to fall behind. Cool. Damn it, I can't, like, right-click and follow? Nope, and follow requires a valid target name. And apparently I can't follow, like... Do you have to, like, walk on the stairs? Like, can't you just, like, you know... Also, how do I make it so that my character walks instead of runs when I want to? There. That Zabral fellow. Share with him how happy your imaginary deal with me has made you. Once you've put on an appropriate display, we can continue to our next performance. Kind eyes, Zabral. Excuse me, look how happy I am! Yes! A rare gemstone from that Hetesharo merchant, you say? I envy the profit he must have made from such a sale. Since the stairs were destroyed, I've not been able to peddle goods at my usual haunts. I think he's just jelly and he wants you to get things. A good start, but I would make certain when Woxie is aware of me. Let's continue. Like, I outpace you, you darn... Look at me outpacing you. That moblin over there looks amenable to conversation. The stage is yours, Grant. Can I just, like, click on this thing? Yeah, I can just click on happy. Yes! That's the first time I've heard my guy talk. Ah! Oh! The Hetesharo sold you a sparkle stone for your collection? Well, that explains your giant joy smiles. Mobby is happy for your happiness. Mobby is also jealous of the merchant and all the jingle shine he must have made. I don't know why, but hearing Mobby it just sounds weird. Mobby. That should be enough, but perhaps one last act to drive it home. Koana just wants to be seen as a very successful merchant. There's no need for us to do this a third time, but apparently he wants to, just so then that way he can feel like an accomplished merchant in his turquoise garbs. Also, I just realized his tail is like 2 different color tones. Like the top half is green and the bottom half is black, as if the hairs used to be black and then it's just grown out to his natural green. If you see that do you see that cheerful Pelou? Tell him the tale of your precious gemstone, and then we'll be done with this part of the charade. Amazingly enough, no one has thought to like ask me like, oh, whoa! A passing peddler had this very gemstone you sought for your collection? That is a stroke of luck, and I'll wager the merchant was just as pleased to fill his pockets with your grateful coin, eh? Ridiculous. How is anyone gonna believe us? Well, I'm inspired to go and earn some pel of my own. Who knows, maybe opportunity will find me, even as it has found you. Oh, there he is. There's the bright bastard. There's Woxy. Ah, my most valued customer. The profit from that single purchase of yours should see me through weeks of idle leisure. Traveling with such a fat purse and no sellswords is tempting fate, so I shall make Earthshrine my last stop and then return forthwith to Tuliyollal. I don't know why, I was imagining him to have like a me gusta look on him, or he'd just be like, just like, I was expecting like a me gu. I need to find this facial expression. Hang on a second. There was like this facial expression in a comic where it was just like, hang on, I need to find this, where, I need to find, how, it's like a South Korean comic or something like that. Like, I'm trying to remember, like, oh my god, this is gonna be so annoying. Cause like, they're like at a bus stop or something, I think, and they're like in winter gear, and it's like the boy, like, it helps out this girl, and he just has like this pleased look on his face, and then he looks over to his other side, and it's like his rival is having a problem with this thing, and he just has a pleased face again, and he's just like, I wish I, oh. That did not send in time, but yeah, okay. Mobby has been given a sock. Mobby is free. Yeah, you're a little bit behind. I highly recommend refreshing your, I recommend refreshing your, thingamadoog. What is it? Where is it? Where is the fucking... This is gonna be a hard one to find, I'm gonna be real with you. Damn it. Like, it's like these... The fit mail to send, I was mid-dungeon. Ah, okay. Like... Where the fuck is it? Where is it? Comic, can I open jar? Smug look. Where? Oh. It's not girls. I wish I knew what this name of the comic was, but I don't. Damn it. God damn it. Oh, it would take me forever to find it. Alright, never mind. Did you see? The rat has come for a nibble. Sorry, I keep going back to Google to be like, oh, maybe it was this thing instead, like, but, You played your part to a perfection, Grant. A man of many talents, just as Thancred and Urianger described. Now, let us lure Woxie out and spring our trap. Alright, I hear you, but I need a completely ensemble with this hat. Cookie for Hawaiian pizza. Here's your cookie Hawaiian pizza. Yeah, it wants me to like wear all the augmented shit because it's like 660, whereas this one's only 655. But that's okay. That's okay. Look, he's. I love how they're like, oh, we can't give your character like hats because then there would be like clipping issues with the ears. Meanwhile, this fucking like circuit is like clipping through the hair. It's like, come on, Square Enix. Like, what's your complaint? What are you really afraid of? Balls. Koana wishes to execute the final stage of his plan. Let us excuse the final stage of the plan. I will set out towards Earthenshire alone and unharmed. The better to sell the act of a defenseless merchant. Assuming Woxie is watching, he will likely wait for some quiet stretch of the road before scouting me. I will be relying on you to follow closely behind, remaining hidden until the time comes to spring the trap on our bandit king. Just remember... Queen Kaiju! Hi there, Queen! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, everyone! Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I go through... So, Saturdays, I go through the MMO as, like, my morning/afternoon, and I am currently going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV. Puppies! How's it going? Welcome. Been a while, Zeebs. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well, Elzorl. I am doing A-OK, Z's. I know that one. What's your main job in-game? I am a warrior. I like being warrior. That's my preferred class. I like being tank classes because it's just a simple case of like 1, 2, 3, increase your enmity, stay alive. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I like that. Meaties, thank you so much. How is it go? All the gym rats playing warrior. Cookie from Zorlabert. Here's your cookie. Warrior go smash. So yeah. No, I've got like all the thank you for the follow, Daryl. I got all my tank classes up to level 90. And right now I'm trying to get like different DPS classes like outside of the MSQ. Sorry, so not while I'm on stream, but off stream. I'm trying to get my I'm trying to get some of the DPS classes up to like level 50 or something. and then I'll move on to like some of the healers as well. You're a scholar main yourself. You love the fat shields. Nice. Zori. Okay, Zori. I'll remember that for future. Zori. You're gonna need to come to the stream more often so I can remember that, though. Otherwise, I'm gonna forget your name. But yeah, thank you so much, Queen. I hope you had a wonderful time in The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. Cookie for Hendrix. Here's your cookie, Hendrix. So yeah. Oh, himbo ratings. Let's have a look. 63%. Nice. Good work. Fairy button go burr. I will be relying on you to follow closely behind. Remain hidden until the... I already read this part. But yeah, so normally... Nice, 43%. So yeah, normally I'm like a warrior. So other classes you might find me as are... Hang on, I got a button for this. Normally you'll find me as a warrior, but other times I might be a gunbreaker. Or a Dark Knight. Nice frog, Sage. And then Paladin is like one of my... I think Paladin is my second because of the survivability. I also have a White Mage, but I haven't really gone too far with them. I've got an absolute weakling of a Pugilist, Lancer, Rogue. I've done nothing with the Blue Mage. I've got an Archer. I've got a Thaumaturge. And I've got an like an Arcanist. I've got all kinds of classes under my belt, but I haven't really engaged many of them other than, you know, my tank classes. Funny metal tubes. Good going on getting your funny metal tubes. That's my snack for later. Yeah. I wish I could help you. Sashara, but unfortunately you're not here. You decided to go to Materia. Oh, look at you. I don't think you're allowed to talk about what's under your belt on Twitch. What a great shame. Damn. All right. So yeah, I'm going through the Dawntrail MSQ. So I know people that are like properly into Final Fantasy are like already past this point and what have you. This is only like my third stream of Final Fantasy XIV's Dawntrail. So you have a tail under your belt. my tail is above my belt. Hang on a second. Where's my cameras? Here's my cameras. My tail is above my belt. There we go. Or not exactly. Well, I don't normally wear belts. Thank you for the hyper himbo, though. I greatly appreciate it, Hendrix. Alrighty. Now we're gonna lay in and wait for a... Oh, if you need to grab a drink, go to the bathroom or anything like that, Queen, I totally understand. Please. And you go right ahead. I'll do what I can to keep your viewers, you know, entertained as they would be. Please. Excuse me, nose. Do I unfold my tail cover and go to bed, or do I redo it in the morning? I'ma be real, I do not know. I never thought about that kind of shit. I regularly forget I have a tail. Gotta go get some rest. Hope you have a wonderful night. See you soon, Zeebs. Not to worry, Zori. I hope you have a wonderful rest as well. It's only like 3 p.m. for me, so... I hear business has been good to you, Master Merchant. How about you share some of the profits? And by some, I mean every coin you have. You're the gemstone collector. Oh, I see what this is. We've been tricked. Spit in your eye. Men, kill these Vidral! Oh, and look at him running away like a little bitch. Hi, bunny lady. Slimy vermin. We'll have to interrogate his underlings instead. If you would be so kind, Grant, pray leave them capable of speech. He's too strong. I was hoping to talk with your boss, but I suppose you three will have to do. Wait, that's the second promise. What do you want with us? I think I'm scared of a fancy title. I'll take your royal ears as a trophy. As soon as I get free of these ropes. I know your gang is behind my sister's abduction. Tell me where she is. Eat paka shit, salt lover. You'll get no love from us. That's right, we don't serve you. Do not play games with me. Where is Lokomat? I am fast losing patience. Talk now or die. The choice is yours. We were hired to nab the third promise, that's all. We don't know where they took her. Hired? By whom? We weren't told that either. Only Woxie knows. He's the one who took the job. Well, it seems we needed their leader after all. Once I've arranged for the Landsguard to take custody of these criminals, I'll call on Thancred and his tracking skills, but perhaps you could pursue Woxie in the meantime. The bandit was running in easterly direction. Should you locate him, I suggest you shadow him rather than force a confrontation. He might lead us to where Lamatia is being held. Onwards! I don't like having, like, the glowy thing on me effect when I'm, you know, doing things. Yay! The block of fish glue has finally been sold. Oh, hello. Oh, there he is. We're gonna need to tail him. I'm not much of a stealthy person in my, you know, himbo-y like levels, but I have so far been fairly successful on these kinds of things. Now, the question is, do you think I'll be able to get this on my first go or not? You will be discovered when he turns around. To avoid these, make use of cover such as rocks and trees. It will end in failure if you follow too closely. Keep your quarry in sight, but avoid stepping into the detection circle. Yep. Good thing I was behind this tree when I was chasing him. Rock. Stop. That makes no sense. So far, so good. I'm not making an ass of myself. Oh, I think I know where he's going. Yep, he's going in there, isn't he? I love how they decide me to, like, stand here where there's a gap where they could see me through that gap, but okay. The fuck? Finally, my money. Give it to me now. The land's god may be hunting us already. Calm yourself. We had our own troubles finding a suitable hideaway. Right. We're finished. Take your prize and leave me out of the rest. Such hostility. You were hurting for coin, and I offered you a gainful employment out of the kindness of my heart. Kindness? You brought a blackened tempest upon us. One look and I could tell that man was a killer, a butcher, a salted devil in the flesh. Oh, spare me your fearful bleating. Go on, scamper away now before the scary mercenary comes to claim your head. Moshi moshi! Koana told me the news. You found the abductor then? What's the situation? And you think the bandits were hired by this Hoobigoo? Alright, new strategy. Forget Woxie and stay on the Mool Jaw's tail. We don't want to endanger the third promise, so keep your distance until we're certain they have her. I'll catch up to you as soon as I'm able. Follow the Hoobigoo from a safe distance. The objective will fit. Yeah, okay, cool. You was at this spot this morning, Cap? Nice. I'm catching up then. I do fairly well at these stealth missions. I don't have too big of an like, because I can kind of see, like, I better hurry if I don't want the team to understand. Wow, that was a quick stealth quest thingy-majiggy. These definitely feel easier than the times back in Shadowbringers for sure. Or sorry, not Shadowbringers, Endwalker. I don't remember these having them in Endwalker in Shadowbringers. Ooh, sabotage, huh? Whose boat was that they sabotaged?
Better late than never. That
Sup?
Mamulja. He's the one who kidnapped Wook Lamart.
We think so. Either that or they,
So we're still unsure. If we can follow him a bit longer, confirm his connection to the abductors.
They did update the stealth mechanics, make more visible indicators. The indicator, like, the only indicator that I think was a good one to have was the, you know, the visual one that they have, like, the ring on him. I think that one's okay, because that does make a difference of, like, oh, if you get given a screenshot of, like, oh, here's one where you're just, you know, a random NPC, and here's one that you're tailing. Absolutely helpful and what have you. It doesn't affect during the stealth mission, I will be real with you.
Confound it!
The one that actually does change the stealth mission for me is the AoE circle that pops up when it's like, oh, he's like, you know, looking around his surroundings kind of thing. Not the, like, tiny little cone thing. So.
Even if it costs you the contest.
What worth is the throne if I lose my sister to win it?
Ooh.
Very well then. I'll send word when I locate her. Till then, I suggest you save your strength. A rescue attempt could turn ugly.
Yeah, I made my guy in the latest like fending gear right now. He looks
That
cool.
Hubigo just now. I swear I've seen him with Bakul Jaja. Knowing the way that monster works, he probably
Gasp.
hired bandits to kidnap her.
You
so
like
he could steal her
Koana?
keystones.
You like the green-haired, like, you know,
my sister,
sciencey looking Makote as you, a science fiction Makote?
Or deceived.
You sci-fi space loving fox you.
Those bastards have hurt her.
Fun fact chat, if you look at Sashera's ref sheet, she's got like galaxy tail and fur kind of stuff, so that clearly means she's a space fox. Let me get the Sashera ref sheet, so just to help bring my point across. Hang on a second, ref sheet. Give me a few. I love how I just type in Sashera ref sheet. Here we are. There it is. All right. Bing. Bong. What does that even mean? You just like the Makote likes the other Makotes. You know what it also references? Magic. Magic is not limited to Earth. It can happen in space. There's space magic. There is space magic, Sashera. There can be space magic. Magic Grant. Space. Look at this. Look, hang on a second. Let me just look. Look at this. Look at this galaxy. Very sparkly galaxy texture. You know what else? You know what's in a galaxy? Space. Space. I'm not from space. Long. What does it say? Dues. Anything off the shoulder. Elegant dresses. T-shirts. Anything fancy or medieval. Pants. Gothic. Mostly blacks and blues. Silver jewelry. Eyeshadow. Lipstick. Long skirts. Stockings. Thigh highs. Avoid greens and yeah, just avoid yellows. Doesn't mind a bit of poofy lacy, but too much is a big no. I don't see any. I don't see any part here that you don't like space. Look at this galaxy. Look at this goopiness. What are you saying? This isn't like magic space goop? There can be magic in space. Tail is very flowy. Think like a lava lamp. Lava lamp. Look, lava lamps are sci-fi. Like if you had to assign aesthetics, if you had to what the. Oh, I need to fix that. Hang on a second. What was I fucking around with? Okay, something broke. Game source, is it? I broke something. Hang on. Hang on. So... Oh, what did I break? Because this is where it's supposed to be. What did I move? What did I move here? Oh, this isn't good. Like, what? Yeah, my entire capture has shifted down. Like, hang on a second. Maybe I need to... Let me... Hang on. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do normal... So that's the normal zoom, and then we're just gonna turn everything... Alright, so that's fine there. So that's the recent clips. That's the game source. That's fine. The Elgato cam. That's fine there. How did I break this? There we go. Now it's fine. Now it's working. I think it was just because I was doing, like, thingamadoogs. Alright, there we go. When did this turn into a Rate Your Persona stream? Oh, it didn't turn into a Rate Your Persona stream. I'm just, like, you know, sort of, you know, pretending to be shocked as if the sci-fi fox who masquerades as a Makote in Final Fantasy XIV is attracted to the green-haired science enthusiast Makote. Totally surprised by this. I'm totally surprised by you, the Makote, liking the look of the mosh head Makote. Be patient. Trust in Thancred.
I do trust him, but... Forgive me.
Ah.
Snapping at you won't get my sister back. I'm afraid I've always been like this when it comes to Lamachi. The thought of her being in danger sends me into a panic. But isn't that how families should be? These days, Turali Mikote live however they please. But the clan into which I was born kept to the nomadic traditions of our ancestors. They herded their own neck across the plains, always moving with the seasons.
Ow.
During one such migration, my birth parents left me behind.
Sashara just bonking me over the head. She's like, firstly, we said we love of Koena.
Without a single word.
No, taking no ownership on that one. We.
A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stallkeeper in Tuliyolal's market. And that is where the Dawn servant found and adopted me.
I missed out on the earlier bits.
I had already been in the palace some time when Lamachi came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I knew the pain of solitude and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. So, as you might now understand, I will stop at nothing to rescue her. While we await word from Thancred, I suggest we prepare ourselves to travel downriver. You have a boat,
Oof.
yes?
Damn. My boat is being sabotaged.
Why release the Panity if not to delay pursuit? If we were unsure of their guilt before, then this surely proves it.
It's because...
Before we act, however, let us regroup with your comrades. Would you mind making the call?
They're not just wanting to delay the rescue, they also want to delay us being able to progress forward. It's any kind of progression they want to delay.
Understood. We'll meet you at many fires.
Ugh. Noted, Alphino. Oh, never mind. We're in entirely different music. But an advertisement is about to run in a couple of seconds, so we're not going to continue on. Actually, can I have this, like, turn in a thingy-majiggy? Yeah, regardless of how we are, I would have made the same choice. After all, if I am incapable of saving my sister while also winning the throne, then I am not fit to inherit our father's heavy mantle. Cool. Awesome. So, hi. What the fuck are you? Are you so... Why are you so... Who are you? Frozen Yarn Stab. Doesn't even know I'm here. Choice. No ideas. Just smooth brain. No wiggles and bumps. Just do-do-do-do-do. Smooth. Spin! Spin! Cold! Sage! Alrighty, hang on. So, there is, while there's like a 3-minute advertisement, let's go looking for the last Aether Current. 670 yalms to the northwest. Or to the northeast, sorry. So it's this a ways. Alrighty, so somewhere around here. You don't know how tempting it is that when we get to this point, like how tempting it is just to fall off to the other side. 530 to the north. Okay. Oh, you bastards. You won't let me jump? Seriously? What's stopping you? Why won't you let me jump? Bastards, the lot of you. There's clearly spots I can jump down. Why won't you let me? Seriously? Come on. Why has the game started doing this? Where it's like, oh, if you're at a higher elevation, like, short of flying, we're not letting you, like, go to lower like, come on. Let me jump. Bastards. The lot of this. Bastards. Like, come on. This benefits no one when you put the barriers here. It's meant to map segregation for story purposes, unlock flight. Yeah, but like, if I understand for like, you know, the whole, you know, being able to go up I understand it meant to prevent people going up, but it should be enough for us to go down. Fuck you, man. Ah. Because the only other way is to like go all the way back here and then run it. Fuck it, I'm gonna go all the way back there. Then I'm gonna run across. Then I'm gonna make my way down. And then I will get my Aether Current. Ah. Ah. There are some maps where the down is the high level area. Just be more vigilant with my compass. Noted. I was vigilant with my compass in the other area, and then I was just like, okay, clearly they want me, like, doing it from the, It's in this. There it is. God damn it. And that's all the Aether Currents done, which means I only have to do the blue check marks in this area here, where 2 of them are right there. Which means a third one will unlock at another time, which means I will get through that one, all in one, like, thingamadoogies, in which case this area will finally be flyable. Alright. Hello. Now that we're all out of advertisement hell, let's continue on with the MSQ, shall we? We need to gather our forces. Gathering forces! Firstly, allow me to brief everyone on our present situation. Thus, at the very least, we believe this Hubigo knows where Lamati has been taken. Thancred is shadowing their brood even as we speak, and I should like to join him with all haste. Unfortunately, our quarry had the foresight to release your punity from its harness, leaving us without a means to give pursuit. Aaronville, as an expert on wildlife, what are our chances of recapturing the beast? With the right mix of feed, it can be done. I should like an extra hand to help scatter it about, however. Would you accompany him, Grant? Meanwhile, the rest of us should work on getting the harness repaired. It appears to have been damaged when the punity was let loose. With all the peddlers here in camp, we should have little trouble purchasing replacement materials. As for any necessary metalwork, Earth and Shire's artisans are but a short walk away. Then let us divide the task and have at it. Done. 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 There was an unusually aggressive herd of wild punity downriver, so our girl will have fled in the opposite direction. Come, we'll try the waters upriver. I'm sorry, is our punity, like, afraid of girls and was just sort of like, uh-oh, nope, gonna swim upriver? Is that how it decided to, like, do its thing? It decided to, like, run away from the ladies? Doesn't look like the caravan of Ursha will be leaving anytime soon. Perhaps the moblins might slip me a few gil to keep the nasties from the gate while I wait. I love how Grub over here is just like any fate parties. I'm sorry, but like... Oh my gosh, she has a fucking afro. That is amazing. Big curls trying to get a nut like squirrels in this mad world. Oh! Assuming our punity has come this way, she'll be hiding in the depths of Marsh Ligaka. We'll need to lure her back to the shallows with a promise of food. Wild punities eat mainly aquatic grasses and plants, but the tame ones are often fed vegetable scraps. Knowing this, I added leftovers to the feed I've prepared. This should help the mixture stand out against the marsh natural scents. Nice. Wait, why did Sasha go you Imgini? What's wrong with Imgini? Oh, got a better party finder now, don't worry. Lagaka is crawling with predators, however, so I'll leave it to you to scatter feed deeper in. I'll be waiting for you near the shallows with the rest of your punity and enticing feed. Let's see what random mount I get this time. Yes, because that makes total sense. I wish there was other ways I could sit on this bed while I'm transported on this bed. Like, I want to be able to sleep on my side, or maybe I want to be all fancy with my, like, you know, sleeping on my, like, laying on my stomach with my feet kicked back behind me. You know, I want other positions on the bed rather than just... Yes. I too, I believe that at Cowgirl is an awesome position. It's like, no, I need more than this. I need more than a waiting Cowgirl here. There needs to be other positions. This is not enough. Look at him, just waiting there. Waiting as if he's already done the hard work. You haven't done the hard work. You're laying on a bed. Just look at this. Alright. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Alright, punity feed. You scatter Erenville's punity feed along the water's edge. Bumblebee tuna? Alright, how much did I complete? So I went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, I've done 9 quests so far. Click. You scatter Erenville's punity feed among the water's edge. We are feeding the river. Why am I'm half expecting Erenville to have like a fishing rod out or something like that. As if we're gonna catch this giant punity with a fishing rod. What's up? All set? I've just finished laying out the last of the bait. Step back out of sight and leave the rest to me. Color me curious. Here she is. Shh. There's nothing to be afraid of. We just need your help one last time. You're hungry, I wager. Come on. Come with me. This thing is... Look at this. This thing is fucking giant. Look at him. He's just like, yes, that's a good girl. I'm gonna screen capture that. I love how it's slowly zooming out still as well. Like, it's just like... He's just like, yes, that's a good girl. When your short king offers to get you fast food. Yes, that's incredible. Oh my god, it flies? I thought it was just doing like a fucking like dugong thing, where it's just like laying on the ground like boom, boom, boom. We'll be fine here, I think. I'll give her a few more treats, then lead her over to the boat. You can let Koana know we have our punity back. Zeebs wouldn't mind a busty lady looking down on him and calling him a good boy. Yeah. I wouldn't mind. I'll need to like crop it so it's like it's in a square, put it on Twitter, Eder, and just be like, when your tall queen hears you're going out for dinner, enter and wants treats or something. I don't know. I'll think of something. I'll think of something funny. Because that's the first thing that pops into my head. Is just like he's just looking up and he's just like, that's a good girl. When your short queen knows that your love language is treats. That's gonna be it. That's the. I got it. I got the idea. All right, hang on. I'm gonna open up my Twitters and get that ready. Alright, can I put this so it's into a square? Yep. Aaronville has the punity in hand then. Good. I expect nothing less from a certified gleaner. As for the harness, we were able to purchase all the parts we need. The Levilou twins are over in Earthenshire right now, having the Potsworn make the repairs. I'm told it shouldn't take long. We'll be ready to embark on our rescue mission as soon as we heard from Thancred. Okay, so hang on. So POV? Your short king knows your love language is treats and affection, so offers. I think I got it. I think I got the tweet. Okay. Did it! Got my tweet. There we go. Posted. Girl. I'm sorry, it's just so funny seeing Aaronville just like looking up and he's just like, yes, that's a good girl. So yeah, I think I did a good job. Oh, we get ourselves an Aether Current with this one as well. Kona is nervously awaiting the call from Thancred. Thancred must know something by now. Moshi Moshi! You found her? Understood. Thank you. I had but to invoke his name. Thancred followed the Hubigo's boat to its destination and confirmed that they are indeed holding my sister captive. They, of course, being Bakul Jaja and his minions. I swear I will make them regret this. Lamati is in rich leaf tunnels. The moment the harness is repaired, we strap in the punity and make our way back down Ihuyi Katumu. Ihuyi Kamumu. Oh, did Cat send me something? That's a good meme, Cap. I understand that one. I understand that meme.
Thangred.
The third promise is up ahead. She's unharmed, but we best not dally.
Oh, you're an ass.
I spit on these pathetic feats. Far more satisfying to claim the baubles by force.
Give it back! Fosunten poured his everything into that stone. You've no right to touch it!
Oh, was that the name of your artisan? How could you allow something so precious to be stolen?
You thieving cheat! You're no true claimant!
What does that make the foolish kitty who fell into my trap? If pitiful roars were all it took to claim the throne, you'd be first in line.
What the shit? Oh, that is cheat. Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Tease her. Look, the poor thing's on the verge of tears. Meow. Someone save me. Who did that?
His scales are as thick as his skulls.
What a badass quote, but he looks so weird with like yeah.
Tis the blessed sibling's favorite tactic.
That useless Buddha was sycophant. He was supposed to keep the lackeys running in circles.
Oh, you must tell me all about that.
How about you shoot the little gem out of his fingers?
Careful now. You wouldn't want to hit her hostage.
Uh-oh.
That one's not to be underestimated. They can do nothing while we have.
Catch her! Nice. At least pause the cutscene. What do you mean at least pause the cutscene? I'm watching it!
Amachi, are you alright?
Aye, thanks to you.
I knew exactly what was going on. But yeah, good for Koana. And I now understand, like, the reference everyone has of, like, oh, he wouldn't miss. And he, like, has him aiming.
These weaklings think they can defy us? We'll slaughter the lot of them! Patience, brother. The keystone is ours. There is no need to fight this day. And Zoralja has left us hurting.
Give us back our keystone, damn it.
I won't stop until I gut these maggots and feed them their entrails!
If we fall here, we fail our siblings for nothing. Is that what you want?
No, brother. Break off! We retreat!
God damn it.
Wait! Damn you, Bakul Jaja!
Ow! They just flashbanged us and ran off.
Do we give chase?
We head back. Lamachi is safe. And that is what matters.
Uh-oh. What'd you do? That's not a seasick groan, that is a you got shot groan. I'm glad to see you unharmed, Lamatia. Thanks again for coming to my rescue. And all of you, too. Bakul Jaja must be desperate indeed to resort to such aggressive tactics. I shouldn't have been so careless. I underestimated him and it cost me a keystone. Fongentai upended his life so that I could accomplish the Moblin's feat. He believed in me, believed in my cause, and I've let him down. So we take back what is stolen. Well, we'll do exactly that. That was he did a full slide across gravel and took the weight of a full-grown Rothgar woman groan. The next time I meet that brute, I'll knock him straight on his scaly behind and take back my keystone. Speaking of vengeance, didn't Bakul Jaja curse some useless Bunawa sycophant when he caught sight of us? A reference to Saril Ja, I would presume. He is devoted to our brother, and is the only Bunawa I know of participating in the rite of succession. If Zarul Ja was somehow involved in this, I will never forgive him for putting our sister in danger. He will have forfeited his right to be called brother. You lost your cool there. Bakul Jaja should face punishment, of course, but so must the bandits who had temerity to abduct Lamati. I shall request that Father send a contingent of Landsguard to enforce the law in this region. I agree that measures need to be taken to keep travelers safe, but I wonder what pushed these people towards a life of banditry in the first place. If we dig deeper, we might find a way to improve things for everyone. Tis something to think about for now. However, the rite continues. I thank you all for your help. We should be moving on as well. Are you feeling fit to travel, Wuklamat? You bet I am. Zoral Ja's gained a good head start, and it's time we crawled back some good lost ground. Waklamat. I really am sorry this happened. For now on, I won't let my guard down around suspicious strangers. And again, I do appreciate you all coming to save me. Yeah! And this gets us over into something called History Keepers, the level 93 area. Excuse me. I am actually probably gonna call it here, to be real with you, because I have been streaming, like, it's been, like, it's almost been 7 hours of streaming now, which is a lot longer than normal, I'm gonna be real with you, and I can't be sitting here in my office, in my, like, apartment all day. I'm gonna need to, like, I want to try and get back into walking again, and I think it's best that I do that, like, before the night draws in and what have you, so yeah. So yeah, hang on, I'm just gonna bing bong, just gonna move some things around. You've been going really long. You're really pleasant to listen to while crocheting, though. I hope you're having an amazing walk and night. Thank you so much, Sage. I really appreciate that. So long, if you don't run off too soon, because we're gonna have a look and see who is online and who it is that we can go and raid. Let's have a look. There's a lot of people playing Final Fantasy XIV, but let's have a look at one of my follows and see if they're doing something other than Final Fantasy XIV. Let's see. Oops, someone is doing Spooky Scourge Saturday? Never heard of that before. Marvel Rivals. Ooh, Des the Wolf is doing some Wild Assault, it seems. So I think we're gonna go raid into Des the Wolf then. We're gonna go raid into them. So looks like they're playing it with Ripper and a few other peeps. Are they gonna, let's see, what does the conversation sound like? Alright, here we go. We're gonna go with Wild Assault. Thank you for the stream get. Not to worry, Sashera. Thank you for sticking around and being a great moderator. I really appreciate it. Alrighty, what is going to be our raid message? What's our raid message? I don't know if we have a good raid message. I can't think of one right now, unfortunately, so... Fuck it, let's just raid... Whatever mood everyone's in, you're gonna raid in with that one. I will be online probably next week. I'll need to get a schedule sorted out. I'll probably figure that out on Sunday. If there's no time in the week or something like that, just remember that I will have the party game stream on the last Saturday of the month. So the 31st of August is going to be our Jackbox Party Pack stream. So I hopefully will see you at least by that, and anything else in between. But otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream and going off into the afternoon. I greatly appreciate it. I all hope you have a good afternoon, morning, evening, night, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Boss raid.